What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another major number two Champions of Otherworldly Magic professional tournament. I am your host, Manifestival, here as always with the Lord himself. Lord, how are you today?
Doing good. Yeah, let's kick
All
this
right.
thing off.
Yeah, another $2,500 major event. This is celebrating the players that have grinded their way to the top of the Pro Point earnings board, and from the all of the tournaments that they play, daily, weekly, adding all of those points up, and we do a massive tournament for $2,500. This is exciting. We introduced a new mechanic to the game since our last major tournament, and that mechanic is our heroes. Maybe talk us through and walk us through the hero mechanic for our players.
Yeah, this will be an exciting. Sorry, my son's screaming, but yeah, heroes are, cards that can be used as a hero. Each hero has like unique abilities and things that can be used in the game. Yeah, I don't. I'm kind of been out of the loop. I've been moving the last week, so I'm curious as to what most people are going with. I think fire was pretty strong. So I'm expecting to see a lot of that, but I think the meta is pretty wide open. So I'm expecting to see some diverse decks here.
Awesome. Yeah. Excited to jump into this. We are playing the format standard. So, standard includes that is the last four most recent sets. So, anything from Elemental Warfare or from Gen 4, Gen 3, and Gen 2. And we have some um, games getting ready to get started here in just a few minutes. We are doing this tournament over 2 days. So we have uh, our Saturday event, which is this is a Swiss event. Is that correct?
Yeah, Swiss Day One. Yeah, hosted by our friends over at Community Gaming.
Yep. Community Gaming is a sponsor of our major tournament series. So we thank them very much for that. And we are doing, I believe, 5 or 6 rounds of check based on how many players we have. And then we are going to cut to a top eight, and we will bring you the top eight, uh, all the action for our top eight on Sunday, same time. So make sure you tune back in tomorrow for the conclusion of today's tournament. And if you are a newer player, you're wanting to get started, we have some links for you at the bottom of the screen. You can see getting started with the game. That is the link all the way on the left. We have a couple socials accounts, and then we also have our Discord account. That's one of the easiest ways to get started playing because you have the access to all of the players. One of the nice parts about Champions is that you have a wide range of players who are willing to give you their thoughts, their opinions, and their advice in terms of the best strategy for competitive play. So we are very excited to kick things off, and we are jumping right into a game. And none other than Tom the Boss Ross. This is a monster in the competitive TCG world. He has multiple SCG invitationals to his name, hundreds of thousands of dollars of tournament earnings, and he is known for a very fast, aggressive strategy. We see already down on the board, a looks like that is a Twiga.
No, I wanted to hop in. Yeah, he kind of like drives the meta. Once his stuff starts getting used, he's hopping over somewhere else. So yeah, he decided to go with Seraph here. So
Wow,
Seraph wasn't
very
seeing
cool.
a lot of play early on, but I mean, it felt strong. We're probably going to see a bunch of steals here, I'm sure. Because, yeah, I mean, the thing with Seraph is you do not draw cards upon every turn. You just draw an additional two cards for every greed or steal. So, you can fatigue your opponent out, stealing all their stuff, and, just get a monster hand advantage as well.
Yeah, and we're looking at Tom, who has 5 cards in hand. AC, another tournament veteran. Of course, all of our players here are tournament veterans. That is what got them to this position in these professional events to begin with. And we see now Ankia the White came down for Tom. His Twiga was eventually taken care of, and he deployed his Pukey. So that's going with that greed strategy that you were describing. Uh, Ankia takes care of that Galak, and we see a Silver Lily comes down. Silver Lily is one of the new lilies from the Elemental Warfare, and that is the one. What is the Silver Lily's ability?
Just
That is
provoke.
provoke. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. Silver Lily down.
Yeah, interesting here. The free heroes. This shade reel wasn't cracking. The top 10 of like highest win rates the last time we put out the win percentages. So interesting to see him running. But I mean, yeah, he's a veteran player. He knows what's going on. So interesting choice of champion there or hero.
Absolutely. Pukey clearing the board. Now we see a redeployed Ankia and a Pudgy.
We also have a fantasy football draft going on right now. I took Saquon Barkley right there.
I think that was a good pick. That's right. We do have our fantasy champions draft going on. This just happened to get scheduled right at the same time. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, we got Tom Ross here taking his time. He's got a slight card advantage, board advantage. What turn we got going on here? Yeah. Oh, Seraph.
There is Seraph. And that has a massive bless there. Blesses up that Glimmer Nana, which is able to take out the Booger. Pudgy gets an attack in to pump his attack. Okay, there goes the White Lily taking out the Seraph. That gives AC the ability to pop off for a big greed. And now we see a curse come down from the Porta. And it looks like the turn is back to Tom. So Shadriel does have that bonus of a +2 against light champions. So Tom with plenty of light champions there. Down comes a Rune Simi. I love the name of that card. The Rune Simi. He did not want to mess with that. All right. And then Astro. Tom, the Boss Ross, sleeving up the Astro with the Infinite Strike ability. This is, he also has the Simi, which equips the Infinite Strike. So very interesting strategy here. Of course, we remember, I believe in last, it was in the first ever Pro Invitational event. Tom deployed Astro to a top 2 finish. That was $10,000 purse prize.
AYC down to just 13 cards. in hand. And there's a Vile Moth, which was obviously stolen from that Splora. I
Yep.
believe that Splora was the first steal, so that's a heavy card to come out. Get that Seraph back. Yikes.
Yeah, and then of course his Infinite Strike is able to take a Pukey out. Moon comes down, steals the Straw Bash. So that was a massive turn. Now we talked about Tom's strategy is really about gaining a card, a lot of cards in his hand. We've seen that now all of those cards in hand, they actually translate to a massive board presence.
Yikes. Belt of Snakes with that
Wow.
Rune Skimmy.
Oh my gosh.
He pulled it off.
That is just doing work.
Oh, shit. Huge
That
turn
is
there.
unbelievable. Just completely cleaning Tom out there. Wow. He has the Infinite Strike and the Life Steal.
Another
So
Vile
Tom
Moth.
just was able to take it out. Wow. So it was the axe that obliterated it. Interesting. And then the Vile Moth bringing back the Seraph, a blessing with a massive bless on that Vile Moth. So now it's a 10-6. And really, that was like a Hail Mary from AC there. Like you really needed basically that exact scenario. And Tom's really not out of it at this point. I mean, yes, he suffered a big setback, but he's facing off against these 2-0-1s. They're not going to really do too much. Really, he's back at the drawing board here with a board advantage. There goes Moon, so that board advantage is now changed, taking out the Vile Moth. So now we're seeing AC start to tighten the screws right here.
Yeah, and that's he,
But a Cyclonius comes down, gets another attack in there. Tom down to 1 card in hand.
Yeah, and that steal,
Down
he
comes
stole
business.
both of those he stole both of AYC's Vile Grubs or Vile Moths.
Yeah.
Those came in
interesting.
Handy.
Okay, Booger comes down and it exchanges that Seraph into that Comedy. So it is a downgrade, but it's not the worst. Tom back to 4 cards in hand, and we're basically even on board. He has a life. One thing that I was wondering about Tom's strategy is these ability to steal from your opponent's deck. That is you get a benefit when your opponents are also professional top, top 30, top 60 players, because they're bringing the heat.
Yeah, definitely, and it's limited deck, so light and normal only. So yeah, I mean you're stealing. I mean Seraph's a powerful champion there, and yeah, I mean he's down to 6 cards right now. Still, Tom has 42 health. Like this isn't looking good for AYC.
Yeah. This is a big time turn from Tom. Now he gassed back up because of that Seraph ability.
Yeah, and that's another stolen card. That Aeroa, that Cyclonius was a stolen card. I mean, Tom just decimated his board or his deck there.
And that, I mean, you have to think about the fact that he did all that despite the fact that he had a lifesteal, Infinite Striker.
Yeah.
That Ocho, that was incredible. Oh my God! Now I really want to see that combo come out again. I wonder if anyone else is playing that lifesteal Ocho Rune Simi combo, because that was like better than a Singularity.
Yeah, I mean that can get out of hand. It's like a Boris but better because it's just buffing itself the entire time. So
exactly.
Let's see, who do we want to hop into now? I was wanting to see what Sero was running it with. We can hop into Grimnot here.
All right, yeah, let's check out Grimnot, one of our favorite players.
Grimnot going with the Boris.
I love it. He has Morris on the field. He quality triggers. Sangur comes down for Gremnut. We're looking at Gremnut at the top of the screen, facing off against Silver Realm. Silver Realm, if I remember correctly, had a deep run in the last tournament. Almost made it.
Yeah, Silver Realm, he's a top player there. Yeah,
I
Gremnot.
almost want to say that he drew in the last round, and his opponent made
There it is, dude.
as the 8th. Yeah, there it is. The family is on the board.
You gotta turn on the music for Boris.
There we go. What's up, brother? I feel like Boris probably has a voice like Hulk Hogan, you know?
Definitely. I mean, look at that guy now. Yeah, just clears it out. I mean, huge card advantage here, but it's tough to take out Boris, man, because his ability, he can just summon a Morris or a Doris. So Doris comes in with the regrowth. He obliterated that Boris, so that's the only Boris that Gremnot can have in his hand, so there cannot be another one of those.
Yep. Gremnot with the beautiful sleeves at the top. You can just barely kind of see those. All right, we see Fungorth come down and then Doris coming down. We know that Gremnot trains with Tom, so I wonder if they bounced each other's deck list ideas off of each other.
Yeah, definitely would think so. Yeah, I mean, I didn't even check in here, but yeah, Venomicious.
Green with Envy, yes.
A lot of face damage here, but yeah, I mean, he's got that Morris he's just going to take out, heal himself up, but yeah, in 70 HP for Gremnot, he can withstand a lot. There he goes with his ability usage, lucked out with the Doris there.
Silver Realm down to 23, Gremnot up to 70. That life gain really stacks up. Urgot comes down, obliterates the
What was that, the Sangur?
Sangur.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Sangur. Now Doris is gone.
Yeah, I mean, Gremnot's down to 4 cards here, so if Silver Realm can hold this off for a couple turns, he's going to start taking damage.
Big thump and Xinghao takes out Urgot. Pass back. Or not yet a pass back. Now it's a pass back. Silver Realm with a monster card advantage in hand. If he can somehow convert this, clear the board and just start. There's a Twiga, that one we've seen from multiple players this tournament. We are in round 1 following Gremnot against Silver Realm. We also see that players are representing guilds. Can you talk a little bit about the guilds, and has there been any changes recently to the guild?
Yeah, Maza just released V1 of the guilds, which is just, yeah, I mean, you can organize a guild now, invite members to it. There's a guild leaderboard available. And yeah, I mean, this is just the first part of the release, which is, I think the next thing to come out is like guild inventory. So, you know, players can put their cards up in there and they can be used by other members of the guild. And then, you know, the finale of the guilds is this forts feature, which will allow guild members or guilds to hold specific forts for different elements, and in turn, you know, share the rewards of all cards burned by players. So, you know, if you hold the dark fort, um, your guild will get a cut of all dark shards that are burned within the game, for as long as you hold that fort.
Yeah, love that. Adds that meta strategy, and really excited to see these guilds developing and, you know, adding new context and new layers to the game and the meta game. So we see Morris out there ready to get his lunch is packed. He's ready to go to school.
Uh, This is going to be
Morris,
tough for, yeah, I mean, you know, Silver Realm's back to 60. Grimnot has no cards left.
yeah,
So, GG. I mean, it's just summoning Morris and Doris now. All right, this one's pretty much wrapped up.
yeah, we're looking at, it's not quite wrapped up, but it's, you know, it's going to be a tough sledding comeback for Gremnot here. Unless there's some sort of infinite Ocho shenanigans that could go on. That was just such an impressive turn. I'm still thinking about that. Really awesome. Ocho is the only card in the game that was designed by a player. So that's pretty cool. Ocho's designed by my son. He drew it on a piece of paper, like a, you know, it was very cool to watch his you know, mind thinking about everything with the card, how to balance it, etc. That was a lot of fun for me. And it turned out that it actually was developed into a real card. So always love when I see Ocho kicking some butt.
Who do you want to hunt? Let's go. Here's Sero. Sero versus, I mean, I think the world #1 here.
I love this beautiful board.
I don't know how to pronounce it, but he is dominant. But, you know, Sero kind of sticks around just for these big tournaments. He's not grinding the leaderboard like he once was, but he's still a force in these tournaments. All right, Sarah with the board advantage here. Down to just 3 cards over on the other side. I need to step away for 1 second. My son just did something in the house, so I'll be right back.
Take your time, yeah. I'll give some updates. We have a triple fangs on the board here. Bofa takes the fangs out. Those fangs are coming in off of Thalos, the Void Speaker. That is the champion for Iwagakure, and then Zero playing Madeline. This is one of the stock commanders. The stock leaders for win rate. Madeline is one of the all stars there.
Alright, I'm back here. Yeah, interesting going with the Thalos. Yeah, game. Is that game? Oh no, he Urgocked those fangs, got rid of those fangs.
Ooh.
GG, baby, Cero says.
You call this, baby, it's all over. Scotty, that makes me think of Scotty Wynn, you know?
Yep.
Interesting. So he does have these fangs. They got Urgocked, however. So they're removed from the deck, but Thalos still makes them. So they don't get rid of it doesn't take them out from Thalos. However, Iwagakure is up against it right now. His life total is 8. He's resorting to just leaning on this triple fang strategy, which it's not getting the job done because there's no provoke. There's no way to stop the onslaught here. Another obliterate, and then for fun. And that's it. Sarah moves on.
All right. What do we? Let's see. Let's get into the organized play chat. See what's going on here. Looks like let's pop in. Oop. I don't know who we're going to here. Let's check out Grimnod here. See if he can come back. Boris. Venomicious is an interesting hero. I didn't think it's that good. You know, it has no passive that's doing any damage. It just summons a steel, so. But I guess that can be pretty powerful.
Yeah, we've seen multiple players opting for that hero. Look at the cards in hand down there. 12.
Yeah.
For Silver Realm against Gremnot. Down comes Moon.
Back-to-back Charlene.
Charlene, an old favorite, yeah. Back up to 12 for Silver Realm. So we see Boris out there as an 8-12. Got a big old butt.
Probably looking to get a Doris and a Morris out there on the next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Urgot coming in, taking him out. Boris just has these long, drawn-out games because of all of the regrowth and Morris's buffing you, buffing your opponent. See a Vinoy coming in, Afterlife. Stole one of his Doruses. Yeah, I feel like Venomous is a bad matchup here for Boris.
Yeah, Gremnot's up against it.
Just
His
infinite
opponent has
steals.
11 cards.
Yeah. You're just always in trouble of decking yourself out anyways with Boris, but with somebody putting steel pressure on your hand or your draw as well, like pretty much always gonna deck out before you can finish them off.
Yeah, and we are seeing Silver Realm start to turn the corner a little bit here. Huge fungal spores there. That's going to take Gremnot's remaining champions down.
Yeah, just look at the hand here. Like, it's just too hard. Only has 3 cards left again.
Sneaking some attacks in there. Yeah, you have to, you know that Gremnot competed likely in building his deck strategy with Tom Ross, their friends. They strategized together. It feels like, Gremnot, Silver Realm is almost playing a very similar strategy to the boss, except instead of leaning into that draw feature with the greed, it's really leaning into that steal feature, like you said, and it's been employed to great effect here. I'm very impressed with Silver Realm. Also saw Silver Realm just miss on the bubble last major event, so we could see the makings for potentially even favored here right from the start.
That's gonna do it. No more cards left in hand. All he's got is the... Yep.
All right.
GG.
There it is. GG. GG, baby. All right. And do we see Tom the Boss Ross, or did they already finish their... They must have finished their match.
Yeah, I think Boss got a sweep there.
Okay.
We've got some players finishing up here. We can go into Daddy Louie and Boss Levs. That's a rivalry.
All right. Yeah, this is huge. These players are... All right, we're looking at Thalos. So we already saw Thalos on screen. We saw that capable of churning out those fangs.
Yeah.
3 mana each.
Interesting. Yeah. I've tried running Thalos. I didn't have too much luck, but it's he's seeing some play here in the major, which is good.
See
Yep.
any more pizza, Oglar? See car?
Mm-mm.
I'm going to walk. See walking a pizza. See? We'll have to go get it that way. I'm going to walk and see a pizza. Let's go walk.
All right. 3 cards in hand for Daddy Louie at the bottom of the screen. Boslevs with 3 as well. Turn is passed back to Boslevs. He has that otherworldly, right? That's the Stratos.
Yep.
That's huge. So he's leaning into that air strategy. His Chubwing is a 9/11, just a monster Chubwing. And you can see also that he has a 9/8 as well.
Three fangs coming into play. Yeah, I mean, those fangs can start running away with it. They just buff themselves. There's a provoke with that Stormcaller. That could be huge if he can't deal with that this next turn. With only 27 health left, what, that's Stormcaller 3, gonna buff all of the air. Can't be targeted. 6 damage. I mean, he has enough to take out that Bulldo. And then looks like that's gonna do it.
These fangs are all lined up. They are just a nightmare to deal with here. Another one coming down.
The rat swarm.
Yep. Daddy Louie is at 21, so Boslevs really only needs a little bit of reach here. But it just seems like those never-ending waves of rats is going to get the job done.
Looks like that's gonna do it. There's
at
least
you see a hoo-hoo on the board. Hoo-hoo makes his first appearance.
Hoo-hoo on the board, just gonna get fanged away here.
Yep. And there you see a big attack, knocking Boslevs down to 18. And and going from 60 to 18 just like that. So Zafaria comes down, but it's going to be a little too late here.
That's it. Can go into Bay here. Satoshi Visioner.
Yep.
He's running Seraph as well. Apocalypse in the field, man. Yeah. That thing could take over here if he doesn't have an answer.
Yeah. It's a 13-13. Sneaking and attacking with Zingo and Business for 7. Also, you see a massive card advantage for Satoshi Visioner down at the bottom of the screen. 8 in hand compared to only 3 for XICX.
Look, the boots.
Mm-hmm.
It's on
The
top.
boots.
The boots.
Look. Have star and moon.
Yep.
So that apocalypse growing up huge now.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
That's it.
Stars
GG.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It already attacked though, right?
Oh, did it?
I think it attacked. So
One
but
card
it is
in
gonna
hand.
do. You just look at these. I mean, you have to be so frustrated as a Satoshi Visioner. You know, you're looking at your 12 cards in hand, and you're facing a lethal attack. You can't even target it because the Boldo's protecting
Yep.
it. So, just a massive turn there, a big turnaround, and that's what you need in these professional tournaments. You really need to just get a little lucky sometimes.
Yeah, only 5 mana left. There's not really much that he can do there. Somehow take out that Boldo and then obliterate, but doesn't look like he has enough mana to do that. So that's just gonna be GG,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, or I mean, the ultimate would be some way to moon it. You know, you moon.
Yeah.
You kill the Boldo, kill the Fungorth, and then moon it and get lethal more or less on your own. That'd be ideal.
Dad, I go walk. Let's go walk. Let's go walking. Let's go walk, Dad. Let's go.
All right, that's gonna do it. I think that's gonna wrap up round 1 too. Just a simple face hit there. Apocalypse. I hate playing against Apocalypse and Azure too. Just gets so big and out of hand if you just don't deal with them immediately.
Wow.
Yeah, just rubbing it in now.
Yep, just rubbing it in. Big attack for 61. Monster attack there.
Let's go walk, Dad. Let's go walk, Dad.
Looks like there's a few other games, but let's hop off and take like a 5-minute break here real quick.
All right, folks, we will be right back with you for round 2 of the Pro Circuit Major 2 for Champions of Otherworldly Magic.
All right.
See you in a moment.
Go.
Welcome back, everyone, to round 2 of the Champions TCG $2,500 major.
Looks like we're still waiting on one game to report here. Looks like we're waiting for Bay and XIC to report. How are you feeling about your team?
I'm liking my team. Yeah, we have a little Champions TCG Ordinals fantasy draft that's going on the side.
Oh shit.
It's water. It's water. It's water.
Alright, let's see. Still waiting for someone to report. Crying Crit, and yeah, do you have the community gaming site pulled up so we can see some of the results?
I do not have it pulled up,
Dad,
but maybe we could just bring it up, pull it up really quickly.
Dad, they're on a hose. Dad, they're on my hose. They're on my hose, Dad. No. I came out.
Yeah, if you can drop me a link, I can pull it up here on the stream.
All right, let me grab a link. It'll just be one moment.
What's that noise? What's that noise, Dad? What's that noise? What's that noise, Dad? Dad, you're right on a hose.
Let's see.
You're on the hose. You're on the right hose. You're on the right hose. Please, please, Dad. Please, Dad, please. You got bug on you. See? Okay. A bug. A bug.
Yep, I see.
I get it.
Yeah, I can't find the link here in any of the channels if you want to drop that over. Oh, wait a bit.
All right, yeah, just pinged
On the right.
K1 in our chat, so K1's going to drop
Yeah,
us
no,
that link in
I've
just a
got it.
moment.
It's in the tournaments channel.
I'm ready to hold.
Alright. Looks like... Wait, this is the weekend tournament one, sorry.
Mommy, done,
Mm-mm.
done, done.
Alright, here it is.
Done.
Okay.
I'm ready,
Looks like Oot took down
I'm
Crying
ready.
Crit.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Sarah 1, Boss MTG 2-0. A lot of 2-0s here. Grimnot looks like he went down. Who else we got? Rain 2-1.
Nola Gold went down. Mad Margan took him out. Rodnick got the victory.
Wonder what Nola Gold and Rain are running here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see that as well.
Looks like we are still waiting on some matches to get reported here. Looks like they're all reported.
Then we're just maybe waiting on pairings.
Yeah, we just need to. Yeah, looks like everything's reported. Let's see. What's going on in the organized play? One game remaining. K1 is saying that there's one game remaining with Bay and XIC, but I'm seeing that reported as a 1-2 there. Let's see. Alright, just waiting on round 2 here.
All right. And we are doing 6 rounds, it looks like, which that makes sense. This is probably the correct amount of players for a 6th round. A lot of times on the weekend events. And by the way, for those that are tuning in and just learning about champions, we do run weekend events, $500 weekend events. So this is our $2,500 major event. And you can earn points during the weekend events, during our daily tournaments, in order to qualify for these major events. But during those weekends, we typically will run just 5 rounds. This time we are running the 6th round just because we have that additional set of players fighting for the top prizes.
Okay, it looks like the final match was reported. Should be going to round 2 now.
You're in my house.
go. They're firing up now. Let's see some matchups here. All right, what do we got here? Nando Brodnik, that's a good one. Saro and Boss, dude. Okay.
Mm-hmm. That'd be really good. I'd love to watch that one.
Saro and Boss, Nola. We got Nunez. Do we got LV Santos in here, man? LV Santos, you know, he remember last tournament, he was like the surprise.
Yeah, he was a
he's
really
in here.
oh, there he is right there. Yeah, and he's
Yeah.
also in the chat. So we do give good luck to our players in the chat.
Saro and
so
Boss.
good luck to LV Santos.
Here we go. 2 heavyweights. All right, Sarah versus Madeline. Madeline, I don't know, dude. I mean, I guess with Seraph, it possibly could be a good matchup, but she runs into Elemental Guard, and you're just kind of screwed.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see.
But I haven't
how
seen
these two.
anyone with the fire decks. You know, that was like the first meta that came out after the heroes. Everybody running Satana and Infernus, but it looks like that's dried up.
Yeah, and Boss starts things off with a White Lily, ramping up into the Anki of the White, dropping the Pukey.
That's the tournament
So-
edition White Lily.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a real White Lily
that's
there.
a real White Lily. With the Anki on turn 1. This is tough, dude. Now he's drawing. Yeah, I mean, you know, the good thing about Seraph is you don't need Pukey on a clean board to get the 2 cards. You're getting 3 cards anytime that Pukey comes out, so. There's the Steady Summon.
Yeah, and then when the Pukey is played on an empty board, you get the 4th, right?
Yeah.
Or do you just always get the 3?
No, you get the 4th.
Yeah, this strategy that the boss employed, very interesting. Because you need a nice balance. You need to draw some cards, but you don't want to draw too many, right? And you
Yep.
also need a way to kill your opponent. So it's interesting to see how this all balances out for Tom the Boss Ross.
No. My son is begging me, as I'm sure you can hear, to turn on the hose. Absolutely not.
I wonder what his plans are for that hose, you know?
Yeah,
Does he
soak
wanna
at
just-
me and everything and make a
Yeah.
gigantic mess. All right, we got Boss here. Yeah, he's got the harvests in there too. Like he just gets very wide, very fast. Sarah
Yeah,
went with
Teal
the
Lily
moon.
comes down.
Yeah, Teal Lily.
Windseeker, so that is the lily that can find the next evolution. Zingo, so that's going to steal. Does Seraph give the bonus for stealing and for drawing, or just for drawing?
Stealing and drawing. Yeah, that's the huge thing.
Yeah.
So you play a steal at any time. You're stealing 3 of your opponent's cards. I mean,
My house then. No, turn on house.
All right. Boss at the top with 60 life, Sarah at the bottom with 54. Sarah 5 in hand, Boss 9 in hand. A little bit even on the board. Sero has that Noms. I think he really loves that Noms. Ankia comes down. That was a Toofus that was successfully able to shrink that Ankia and the Noms. We see Mirror Nibbits there.
Hold it.
Yeah, that was a Toofus, you know, successfully stolen from.
A fire. A fire. Fire.
I need to go charge my computer.
Yeah, Toofus stolen off Sero's board,
Yep.
or off of his deck. There goes Urgok. Now Galak
Fire.
takes out the Nibbit, and we see a Kraken for 3.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Whew. I didn't need to.
Yeah, Nibbit stolen. Yeah, Seraph just, you know, comes in and just wrecks your entire strategy, just stealing the cards you need.
I want some water. Water on it. Water on it. No water. Now what if we want to? What if we want to? What if we want to? What if we want to?
Alright, yeah, I've kind of tapped out of that fantasy draft. I got my starters. Now I'm just auto drafting. You're muted.
Nice, yeah. Got my starters. Feeling good. We'll see how it goes. We'll keep you informed in the chats how we do throughout the year. So Boss has 11 in hand compared to Sero, who has 6. The axe comes down, obliterates. Now Noms. I have to imagine that that's a Noms out of Sero's own deck.
Yep.
There's just the tilting element of beating people with their own cards. You know, that sometimes we you know, you don't really necessarily think about, but yeah, it can be especially aggravating when you lose to a card that you brought to the battle.
Yeah, there's that promo Pukey, and then his active is just summon a business. Like, you're able to find pretty much whatever you need when you need it with Seraph.
Yeah, they're very good.
Yeah. There's another Toofus from Sero, just 2 of his own Toofuses, beating him down. Looks like game 1's gonna go to Boss. There it is.
Boss takes it down. Seemed that it was heading in that direction for some time.
Where we got
Finally was
Nola
able
at?
to tighten the screws there.
You see Nola Gold anywhere?
I don't see Nola in there.
Who's Nola matched up against here? There he is, Nunez. Nando, Broadneck, we can hop in here. These are 2 vets. Got the Honktown game board.
Yeah, I love to see the Honktown there.
Nando is down to
Alright.
16 versus 60. We got
Yep.
another Madeline.
against Blackfin.
Yep.
Love to see Blackfin getting some play. Love that art. Also, a battle under the water. You know?
Yeah, but you're going up Blackfin versus the Queen of Waves.
Yeah, yeah. Like it's like a little shark compared to the entire ocean.
Yeah.
It's gonna be hard to come to fend it off from the shark side, but Blackfin is a sneaky one.
Yeah, I mean, he just gets to use the dark, which prior to Heroes, dark was probably the most powerful element, but it's really shaking some things up. Nando puts on the brakes.
No, sit down.
I'm gonna go turn on a movie for my son really quick. I'll be right back.
All right, sounds good. There we see a Tufus enter the play for Brodnik.
Hey.
The Frassetti freezing the Demothra. Nine mana for Nando. First things first, Urgot takes care of business, and we see the Vile Grub grow as a result. So Nando down to 5 health, but Brodnik at 1 card in hand. So if and this Vile Grub is growing. The Demothra is currently frozen. Okay, Vile Grub taking out the Frassetti. Of course, when you're at 5, every single point of life matters. You can afford to take 1 hit from this Tufus, but you can't afford to take too many more. Any rush champion likely is the end of the turn. But here we see that like Nando is threatening to attack for 34 on the next turn. That is 8 from the Urgot, 9 from the Demothra, and 13 from Vile Grub. There's even a possibility that the Vile Grub could grow. There comes a Nibbit, and also we see the snail on the board. Vile Grub up to a 16-8 now. And the turn has been passed back to Nando. Brodnik still with 1 card in his hand. It's likely not something that would kill Nando on the spot. Otherwise, it probably would have come down last turn. We see that the Icene comes down again. This has a buff on it from the guard. There's Bofa Tinker time, and I'm not sure what it evolved. Maybe it didn't evolve anything. Okay, so Vile Grub, we saw the attack in for 18. Likely we're gonna see a Nibbit get in for 3. Therefore, everything on Brodnik's board is lethal. The Vile Grub is frozen, so he does have the ability to trade off with everything except the Elk Antler, but that is not gonna do it. It looks like the Elk Antler would have been able to get through there. And so that is the end of that game. We will bring you the next in just a moment here. We're taking a brief break here.
Oh, sorry. I'm back now. Just sitting
All good.
here.
Yep. We just had it wrapped up just a few minutes ago.
All right, let me pop my video back on. Okay. Who ended up winning that? Did Nando come back?
No, but it was really close. Brodnick ended up taking it down.
All right, let's.
Enough blizzards for Brodnick was able to push him over the edge because it was able to freeze a giant Valgrub for one turn.
Any of these standing out to you? Ooh, we can always.
Nunez there.
Where?
He hasn't that game. Nola hasn't joined it, I guess, but Nunez.
Okay.
So maybe we'll keep our eye on that in case Nola pops in there.
We can always go into Oot. Anyone who's been here
Yeah.
since the beginning, tell them a little
Yeah.
bit about Oot, Brett.
Well, Oot is just the OG goat. You know, he's the goot. You know, he came in. He went undefeated in our first like 4 weekends in a row or something like that. No one knew who he was. He wasn't really, he wasn't playing a ton in just the regular matches. He was really kind of like a contract killer that was just taking things down in the tournament scene. And so yeah, you had to completely take into consideration what Oot was going to do and base your entire game strategy around what you thought Oot was going to do, because he was the one that you had to watch out for.
Yeah, competitive player, OG. Just
Yeah.
he's won thousands of dollars playing in these. I think we're on our, well over a year now. I mean, he might have the most, weekend titles out of anyone. I think we're on like close to weekend 60. Like he's got to have
Yeah,
10 plus.
absolutely.
Let's
Just
hop
a
into our
complete-
boy Shiloh and Alvin.
Yeah, check it out. Shiloh Magic Coom there at the top of the screen.
There we go with Satana. This is what was wrecking a few of the first tournaments, but seems like Madeline's getting a lot of play here. But this armor 1 on all fire champions, like it's annoying to deal
Can
with.
be very good.
You get tons of wildfire out there, and then that freaking elemental guard fire card, dude. I hate that.
Mm-hmm.
Got a Flocky out there. Pudgy seems to be getting a lot of play. Pudgy's just that 1 mana card. His evolutions, I haven't been seeing that get Plumper getting played too much, but Pudgy, tough to kill. Get him out there early. He can do some, decent damage for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, him evolving the Flocky into the Flockerness. We're going to see tons of combustions. I mean, super aggro, quick games. I mean, if you're a new player, yeah, and you just want to bust out some games, I mean, Fire, either Infernus, Satana, those are your 2 champions. You can finish games in 5-6 minutes. But yeah, I mean, Alvin's no slouch. Alvin's been playing for a long time. Good player. He's always one of the grind in the top 50, 100 on the leaderboard.
Yeah. He has those beautiful carnival sleeves from the Honktown
Yep.
drop. Love that. Love seeing that. That guy, I'm not gonna lie, kind of gives me nightmares a little bit. Like, when I think of like what, like a scary, creepy guy or creepy like, Halloween style figure, like a zombie. Nah, it doesn't really scare me that much. Like, even a clown or something. Nah, I'm not too scared by that. But this guy, this like brooding, hulking figure that like, silent, to me that just like I want to stay the hell away from that thing for sure.
All right, Shiloh, this is the problem with the Inferno cards. You just burn through your whole stash real quick. You don't have many draws. Yeah, I mean, he
Yep.
needs to do something now, or he's in trouble.
Yeah, it seems like this might be the, the style deck that would, have a hard time facing off against maybe the Silver Realm strategy that we saw earlier, or even the Tom the Boss Ross strategy.
Yeah.
Those ones that are built to go late. If you can survive the initial onslaught of the fire deck, then you are typically going to start to pull ahead in the mid to late game.
Yeah, Shiloh electing to just try to maintain board control here. Nothing to evolve that Anj into. That would be a helpful draw. Especially if he had, like, he needs to drop a Satana or something. Another Anj, yeah, looks like he evolved that, yeah, into a Wildfire. I mean, he's got lethal here. If Alvin can't do anything about it. But there goes the fungal spores. And that's it. Does he looks like, yeah, he won. All he had there was the fungal spores, no other clears. Surprisingly, didn't see any earthquakes in there. Or wait, is it? Shiloh didn't quite have enough, it doesn't look like, so. And he's got no more cards, so.
I'd like to see that Joy Bell get in for lethal.
I did it. I did it.
All right, so it's the pass back, and like you said, we're on turn 6 here.
Yeah, definitely.
There's another big clear.
Yep.
Look, I got.
Plug it in.
Where go?
Right in there.
Where go? Where?
And now everything, this is the worst time to have an egg.
Yeah, terrible
magic.
time. I mean, this is what happens with the fire. I mean, if you don't end it by turn 9, you're done.
Yeah. Big champion there. 8, 9. Flamerock. Okay, that's a
mean,
moon,
yeah.
so that's going to get an attack in. We see a Bofa there. Back into another Flamerock, and then a Cluck. Cluck, one of the coolest arts of the entire set. Love that thing. Cluck goes down with an attack, or with a Mole Turtle, and then we see the Bofa emote come out, and Alvin's gonna take that down with the victory.
Yeah, Alvin just outlasted him there. I mean, Shiloh had a combustion early on that dealt 7 damage that he decided to use on a champion. That would have came in clutch there.
Yep.
I did.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looks like Nola Gold might have dropped from the tournament since that game's not firing up. I don't know
Huh.
what hero he was going with, but could have quickly realized in round 1.
He was a favorite for a final, or for a top 8 berth. So that is a big advantage for any player. We see at the bottom of the screen Mugen Fitters with those gorgeous elemental sleeves. Love to see that.
Yeah, I'd
We
like
see
to see.
Gremnot. We saw Gremnot earlier with the Boris deck.
Yeah, I mean, this is another tough one because with Boris, you're already dragging out these long games. Going up against Seraph is just gonna deck you out way faster. Not looking good. Looks like that's been his
Yeah.
kryptonite 2 games in a row, just getting decked out. And yeah, I mean,
He played Silver Realm last time.
yep.
So we're seeing that Mugen Fitters, another one that went that strategy following the Tom the Boss Ross deck building guide and leaning into that Seraph hero strategy.
Yeah, I mean, Seraph. I mean, our first two updates, Seraph, I don't think was in the top 10 for win rate, but it seems like somebody uh, changed all that. And, like,
Figured it out.
typically it's Tom the Boss Ross. I mean, once anyone starts playing what he's doing, he's gone and on to the next.
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
mean,
yeah.
he's famous for that.
Yeah, night one heroes dropped. Like there was that issue with Boris, like it was shipped differently than I had thought. So Boris was just immediately broken. Uh, Tom was first one there. Day two it was fixed, and I think he was the first one that led the fire meta, and now he's
Yeah.
on to Seraph.
Yeah. Yeah, Seraph. I mean, the more that I look at this Seraph strategy, the more I think, how can it lose? One of the ways that it loses is uh, too much greed, too little steal. Because you want to steal from your opponent's deck. You don't want to greed your own deck, because then you start running the risk of running yourself out of cards.
No, I mean it's pretty
But
much only you don't even run the steals because your summon is a summon of business. So if you ever need a greed, you just use your summon, and otherwise,
right,
you're just running the two or three, two copies of each
yeah,
there. And I mean you're accomplishing multiple things. You're getting your hand large, and then you're just like completely screwing your opponent's deck.
yeah, yeah, really powerful.
You see even the Iwagakure is, he's the
Mhm.
number one player in the world, but in between all these matches, he's just running single players, like staying
Yeah,
sharp
just
right on top of
grinding.
it. Like,
Yep.
surely he knows, but no, I mean, that's what separates you. Let's hop into Ben, and then, Team J is another one of these guilds, kind of came on strong, and I mean, once we get these forts and things up top,
Ooh.
I'm just a little frost sickle to end it right when we popped in.
Yep. Yeah. That reach, the Frosco with the reach.
Yeah, and you can see Iwagurki, he's just cycling through to get the matchup that he wants to test against. So,
Yep.
I don't know, let's just hop into Oot. You can't ever go wrong hopping into an Oot beatdown game.
Yeah. So
Madeline,
Oot's at the top of the screen.
yeah.
Is he representing a guild?
I'm not sure what his guild looks like. It's like three emojis or something. So,
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed.
so I'm gonna request to view his hand, see if Oot lets us get a sneak peek.
Yeah. Bless. God bless. There comes Noms. Moon cracks the lily out of the way. Tidorus at a 10-12 right now, but frozen.
Remember when Oot just came on our stream that one time and like popped in for like a 1 second reveal of his face or something?
Yeah, yeah, that was awesome. I met him too in person when I went
Okay.
to Tokyo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, just someone that has really been there for champions.
Yeah, and obviously just a TCG player. Like no, not really people are like coming off the streets, never played a TCG, like coming in. Like it's all these guys that You know, they dominate at TCGs across the board. So all of our top players, Magic people, Hearthstone, all of these different, you know, TCGs where they've been successful. A lot of our players now, Double the B, you know, I know he's top 100 on Parallel. Q Flux is over there grinding Parallel. Like, we've got a lot of our players that are, you know, dominating these other games as well.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. It's awesome to see that. It's really great to see the spirit of camaraderie and sportsmanship that exists across the games. As you know, we're really, bringing an innovative technology. We're changing the landscape of gaming forever. That's my personal opinion. I know that seems a little ambitious to say, but I really truly feel like that. When we went from something like, renting Blockbuster VHSs, to streaming Netflix, you just never look back. It never goes back to the old way, and that's what I think we represent. Of course, primarily with champions, with all the features, the crafting, the heroes, and it's just continuing to develop as the game expands and brings in new players. And people like Tom the Boss Ross are iconic Magic the Gathering players who are helping shape and guide the future of the game. um, but it's not just champions. There's a whole field of competitive on-chain gaming out there, and it's awesome to see the communities develop around them.
Yeah, it's a great space to be in. You know, we're not going in here to these places and being like, oh, stop playing Magic. Like, our game's better. It's just like, you know, a different game. Like, it's a better, you know, I mean, there obviously are a lot of people that love just playing physical and won't even give digital card games a try. You know, like, they definitely stay away from Hearthstone and things where you don't actually own your cards. And we hope, you know, we can just kind of like bridge that gap. Like, it act, you know, all the same things you've got in physical, you can do over here on the digital side as well. And, you know, it's like breaking down doors, what we're trying to do. And yeah, I mean, I haven't even talked to you, but as I'm walking, I just moved into a new house down here in Longmont. And I mean, I think there's like 3 or 4 game and like comic shops like within walking distance of my house. I know you mentioned Heart of Gold, which you and I went into, but yeah, there's another comic shop like right here off Main Street. I don't know if you're familiar with, but there's a couple of them here. Definitely need to go in once we get this print material and get it in there. Newcastle Comics, you heard of it? You're muted. I can't hear you.
No, not familiar with Newcastle Comics, but yeah, I'm really excited for this next phase of on-chain gaming as it shifts into an embrace of physical local stores, and really just showing gamers what's possible with this technology. One thing that it's you know the on-chain gaming communities, etc. There was the initial hesitance around them because things like Bored Apes came out, and of course, like this concept of $1 million picture of a monkey. It's like it's very, very obtuse in people's heads. Why is it worth that much? What can I do with it? And really, the on-chain gaming community is showing that it's actually just a technology that can be used as the foundation for an entire gaming economy. And really, this is the thing that gamers are looking for, right? Because they're spending so much time earning these assets, unlocking these levels, unlocking these new. One of the coolest parts about Champions is a lot of these heroes that we're seeing on screen. These aren't heroes that you just get innately. They're heroes that you have to unlock or earn by playing the game or by opening those heroes in the card packs. So when players are spending all this time unlocking these heroes and these cards and these levels, these new
cosmetics and game items, it just makes perfect sense that those items actually have a secondary market that goes alongside them, so that the time that the players are putting into actually earning those can be rewarded. And the players, what it really sets up is the collector's market around those assets, where now someone doesn't have time to unlock the levels, etc. Maybe they just want to purchase it off the secondary market. So you create an economy around those assets, and what you do is you step out of the way and let the market take over. It's tremendous.
Yeah, and it's just, nice. Like these other games, it's just like spin, spin, spin. You never get anything. Like we're seeing a lot of our players come in and they get rewarded off tournaments. Tourney payouts just got sent out a day or two ago, and it's just like a immediate like rain, starts coming down and buying out all these cards. Vile Moth cards we're selling, and all of the as the meta changes, like, oh, I need this and that, and just not like they're against spending, but it's just like, get a little bit of reward there and just keep growing your collection, or.
Yeah.
I need
Yeah,
to
and
get
then
some
the
broccoli for my son. I'll be right back.
Sure. Yeah. We see that Peerless Boy down on the bottom of the screen is at 48, but looks like he has 8 cards in hand. Camilleri at the top. Team J is at 60. Down comes Doris, along with a Bebby. The Bebby is hanging around from the previous turn. Okay. White Lily goes down to Sala. Then Pukey and Doris get in on the action. So now it's a pass back to the Fearless Boy. 5 mana. Moon suicides into Doris, and that is enough for a big Sangur that clears the board. That was a huge turn. And now with a commanding 6-card advantage in hand compared to 4, plus you have the Sangur on board, that is a big boost for the boy. Down comes Urgok. That obliterates the Sangur. But a Moon from the boy, so that is huge. Now he has an 8-9. He's probably going to go face. And there is a Stone Guard. That is an old staple from Gen 3. And it's not even that's the 3-9. There's even a 4-9, the Sluggernaut, for the same mana, but going with the Stone Guard probably has some sort of elemental focus there. Stone Guard is taken out. But Urgok lingering as an 8-6. Morris comes down. You see that Morris gets the bonus.
Alright, I'm back.
Alright, welcome back. We saw the Pudgy come down. So really this game has been mostly handled by Peerless Boy right now.
The Boris.
family. Yep, the Boris, the family trio. We see Doris and Morris out there.
You know, yeah, nice for old Doris and Boris to get implemented. Morris was just in there, last pick on the team every time, like worst
Yeah.
card in the set.
Yep. We saw a few, Jambray, he really tried to lean into trying to make Morris work.
Yeah.
There's Madeline, the namesake.
Gone.
That's obliterated.
Yep.
Doris comes back.
Yeah, Madeline just kind of sucks as a card. You have to play
Yeah.
one in your deck with each of these heroes. She never really gets to trigger that ability because she's dealt with so fast. I mean, yeah, it looks like Camillari. I mean, he got to pull off the Plumper evolve from the Pudgy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's a good thing about Pudgy is he sticks around. So if you've got a Plumper there, you're typically
Yeah,
gonna
with
get it
Bofa.
off. Yep. Oh,
Yeah.
you Bofa'd it. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it. All right,
And
the
yeah.
boy, the peerless boy at 10 in hand.
It's just, 71 health, 69 health, games nowhere near over. It's tough, you pretty much like another situation where you're going to have to deck out Boris because he can just summon these Dorises and Morrises no matter how low his health gets.
Yeah.
You've got to be able to outlast. And then, yeah, she's got these steadies she can just summon here.
Yep. There you get the attacks in now, dropping the boy to 64. See,
Just Morris and Doris himself back up to 70.
yeah, it's hard to work through.
Yeah, I mean, just get your opponent to just keep burning out their cards, and then you're left with this huge hand.
Yep.
It's kind of the strategy. Just hasn't played a single card in 3 or 4 turns now. He just summons a Boris, lets it happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you almost wonder if there's a strategy not to attack so that you remain the lowest life total so that you get the triggers off of the equality. All right, there's a Fungorth, right?
No, Fingesh.
Or Fingesh, yep.
Moon. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, that's going to get things pretty big here. He's going to have to get aggressive or else he's getting another steady out there. That has Afterlife 2, so you're getting 2 Fontarias.
Yep.
There's the Earthquake, 2 Fontarias. Doris comes out. Steady. Double Nibbits.
Double
Here he
Nibbit.
goes. Yeah.
Yep. Pontaria cracks. There you're going to start to see
Yeah.
a little bit more of an aggro attack, I think.
It's almost certain, though, that Boris is about to lay the hammer down.
Yeah.
The Boris Infinite Strike is coming. He's just like waiting for him to burn his cards, throw it all in. Here it is right here.
Yep. Nope, just a pass. So it looks like Team J is going to be able to attack for 20 here, so would drop the boy to 49. Starting to get there. You're starting to inch in.
Yeah, it's just like you
52.
have to be careful. You overextend yourself, and then Boris just wipes everything, or a Charlene, I guess, comes in like that.
Yeah, there's Charlene. Yep.
Double steady.
You do see that.
Oh yeah.
We do see that that Peerless is one card deeper in the deck.
Just insane. There's just 24 in heals right there. I mean,
Yep.
so annoying to play against, dude.
Yeah. You are one card deeper. Your opponent is one card deeper. Life totals, of course, are very important, but if you can get, because of the exponential part of drawing your deck down in the late stages of the game, you can get a victory that way.
Yeah. Yeah, you just have to be like super patient when you're playing against Boris. Like, it's like hard,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
Especially like Boris hasn't entered play yet, so that's coming at some point.
Yep.
Just 96, you know, we're at turn 15, and look at the health totals.
Yeah. It's a grind.
It's a fucking grind until the fatigue.
Yep.
Fuck Boris players, dude. 101, man.
Yep, getting his attacks in still, so he's also not playing too much out onto the board. I think
No.
recognizing
Yeah.
the infinite strike, so
Yeah,
you know,
exactly. He knows.
he's really trying to, yeah,
You have to hold it
And-
together. You have to be tight. You can't get your cards out there. Like, he sees what's happening, so he's just like doing it back. They're both just doing their summons, summoning steady, you know, as much as he's summoning the Morris and Doris.
yep,
Like, there's 3 straight
There it
summons.
is.
Didn't put one single card out of his hand into play.
yep. But now he's down to 87. All right, so he's just sticking with that same strategy. He's really just trying to lean in and just hope that he can outgrind his opponent.
go.
You pick up.
Down to 6 cards each.
Yep. And what's interesting is that the equality does tend to gain both players' life. So
Yeah, exactly. It's just like
you
that's
get
what.
to that fatigue. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like Boris, like he's only like really in trouble when he runs out of cards in hand. Because
Yeah.
he's just, I mean, but both of them, are just going to be buffing themselves when they hit this fatigue. I mean, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Like, because
Yeah.
it does help your opponent too when you're summoning all these Morrises. Like, you can't kill them. But yeah,
Right.
how does fatigue? Fatigue, it just like keeps exponentially getting bigger every turn. So it's 5 and then
Yeah.
10 and then 15.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder what Team J is holding in hand. Maybe does he have any like
Sure.
big secret bombs that he hasn't revealed yet?
Probably 2 Giga Quacks.
There's a ghost Gloom Toad. Yeah, 2 Gigaquacks. He could evolve a Gigaquack. We see that because he has a Quacka.
Definitely.
His
He's
Nibbits
just,
are sticking around because they end up becoming those 3/10s.
I mean, this is just insane.
Mhm.
113 to 111. Both players about to deck out. Like,
Yeah. Yep. So the Peerless goes down to 2 cards in library. Still just casting Morris and Doris. Looks like every turn, or double Morris sometimes.
yeah, dude, just like, fuck you, dude. Like, you can, if it wasn't the $2,500 major and you just like run into this guy on ladder, it's like, dude, just take the win, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. It's grind for sure.
Yeah, like, well, I don't know. It will be interesting to see what happens. Like, it'll be a hell of a game if Calamari or Camillari takes this down. Because neither of
Mhm.
them are playing anything. Those Nibbits have been in play for years.
Yeah.
Because Morris and Doris are never getting an attack
Take
in.
work.
They're both just getting hit by tsunamis.
Yeah, I think someone asked us if we can turn our volume up. Is it possible to lift the volume on our audio?
Um,
Morris life gain sound effects. So Peerless has 21 cards in hand, no cards in his library, and he's still just casting Doris and Morris. So still, that's the best use of his mana. It really is just reaching parity. No player has really gotten ahead of the other. They just are slowly drawing their entire decks.
oh my god, dude. 160 to 149. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Yep. All right. And now it looks like okay, so he's starting to take the damage from drawing with an empty library now. Down comes Thump. Then comes Blue Bebby. 6-3 and a 5-9.
What is gonna happen? Like, is this game ever gonna end?
I think so. I mean, you lose an additional 5 every time. There's a stubby.
Oh, now some cards are coming in.
Yep. Okay, so he loses 10 off of his next draw from an empty deck. Double Doris. There's his own 10 to Team J. Cracking that Doris. You gotta, I guess, deal with the Doris. Okay, so now Timber Fund comes down. This is gonna be interesting because it will crack out into those ice cubes,
One more.
and that could
Please.
build a little layer of protection, but nope, those cubes go down.
No charge.
All right, I gotta go make some more spaghetti. I'll be right back in 2
Okay, yep.
minutes. I'm
And
sure
don't
this
forget
game...
to turn the hose on.
Yeah, no.
That's cheese good. That's cheese good. This tastes good. That tastes good.
So Moon comes down, steals the Timber Fawn, leaves Peerless Boy with 6 mana. Peerless at 112. His opponent at, I believe, 119. There's the Boris. Urgot comes down, takes care of Boris. So that was huge, because that also strips the extra Boris that was in the hand. I think this has been a long sort of rope-a-dope game where both players sort of knew that this was going to have to go to decking. And the strategy became try to outlast the other one. We see that Peerless Boy is at 87, but he does have those double ice cubes, so that could come into effect. But Urgok's obliterating Boris was a pretty big deal. And I think probably these players have played against these decks. Okay, so there is a massive 25 damage. And that's, of course, from drawing from the empty deck for the 5th time. But Gemini came down. Here we see another steady could probably get the Gemini, or it gets them both. Then we see drawing from the empty deck for 30. 12 in hand for Team J. Peerless at 12 in hand as well. So at somewhat parity here, but with a 5 health advantage. Axe comes down and is forced to target those steadies, and just plays a glop and passes back. So this is a drawing from the empty deck for the 6th time to take 30, and then Peerless will take 35 on his next turn. So that would drop him to 22. That would mean he is dead on the next turn. So it's a 2-turn clock for Team J. There's a stubby. So Team J just really needs to do some board control here. You missed Obliterate on Boris. Peerless Boy finally dropped a Boris, but it was Urgocked right away.
After it cleared?
Yeah, it just wasn't able to get a great clear, but it did clear, and then, yeah, it just dropped. So it stripped the other Boris, I'm assuming, out of the hand,
No.
obviously.
There's only one Boris.
Right, because there's only one, you're right.
Looks like it's game, though. Camillari is going to win.
Yeah, it does look like that.
Interesting. What a painful game. All of
Yeah, we
that
see-
work and you just lose. I mean, that
Yeah.
great patience by Camillari, man. He knew exactly, like, that's how you beat it.
Yeah, and he got the win. He got the dub.
Yeah, he exactly. He got the dub, didn't overextend himself. Like, you can't fall into the trap, get everything out there. You know you're about to get cleared. Like, you just, yeah, take the medicine and beat him.
Yeah.
All
All
right.
right, and so I'm
Yeah.
not sure what game that was, but it looks like that
Please.
might have only been game 1 for them.
Oh my God, no way. Let's see.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like they still have to finish that match.
That was game 2. Did he win?
That was game 2? Okay.
Yeah. They're playing again right now.
All right.
All right.
We can tune in for that one.
Let's tune in for this exciting gameplay. Keep you on the edge of your seat.
Right away, we're seeing a deployment of basically the same strategy here. Taurus coming out.
Yeah, there's just no rush to do any face damage. No point.
You almost wonder if maybe, Camillari figured out how to beat the deck
Oh,
in the first match, but
yeah.
he lost the first one. Maybe he sort of realized, wait a second, I have to take this all the way to time,
Yep.
and so that was why we saw that game
um, play out the way that it did. Maybe, and that's why it's now going to game three because okay, so there's a big board clear.
Yeah, I mean, you just can't
Fun
afford
board.
to lose your cards. I mean, he's in a guild. You know, they have their own Discord servers here, so I'm sure he's in a guild getting, you know, coached or input by these other people about, you know,
Yeah.
exactly what to do. Just can't afford to have 3, 4 cards that like are actually from your deck get Fungorth. Um, yeah, it's just steady, steady, steady. Yeah, and the card's name that you need to play is Steady.
Yep.
Steady.
Exactly. There's a Boldo.
Yeah, and I mean, if it's a Boris matchup, he really struggles against any champion that can like summon their own things because you can't just deck them out. Like the whole strategy is to just use your summon, stay alive, let them play all their cards. But like when you play somebody like Madeline, like especially that can summon a steady that can do damage and you know keep things close. It's yeah, bad matchup for Boris.
Yeah, we're seeing already Camilleri is ahead again at 23 cards in the library compared to 20. So that was huge, and that was why Camilleri won that last match was just staying ahead on and being patient with the cards that they have remaining. There comes Blue Bebe.
Gemini,
Another
yep.
Gemini comes down.
Yeah.
There's a Morris and a Leafy. So we're seeing a little bit of a different strategy from the boy this turn or this game, where he is trying to assemble a strategy with the cards in his hand. There is Urgot to take the Geminis out. That was a big deployment there. Camilleri with 5 in hand compared to 7 in hand for the boy.
One more skating. One more skating.
Jesus, my son's just downing spaghetti. I have to go make one more freaking bowl. Christ.
Okay, yeah, sounds good. He's gonna be huge. You know, he's
He's
gonna be like
Boris.
6 foot. He's gonna grow up to be like 6'6" with all the spaghetti.
He's gonna be Boris.
It's good.
Yeah, he is. He's gonna be Boris. Oh my god. All right, so Urgot of his own from the boy, and then he's trying to get some damage in. So this looks like a little bit of a better strategy.
Look.
Down comes Steady. clears some things out. The equality benefits the Camilleri. There goes Moon, shaking down that Leafy. Follows it up with the Timber Fawn and Noms to freeze the Urgot. So Morris sitting around as a 4-1, but his equality would benefit Camilleri at this point. Players are up to 9 mana now, so it's all, you have all of the mana you're going to need for the rest of the game. I'm going to check in with the chat really quickly. Tyrant King, plot twist, that was game 1. All right, Morris back in action. You see double cubes down for Camilleri. He has a Nibbit as well. Nibbit did some work last game, but down to just 4 in hand compared to 9 in hand for the boy. They're roughly even on life totals. All right. Ma Spaghetti, all taken care of.
Yeah.
Good. All right, so we're still playing a little bit chicken back and forth here. Both players in the 80s now. We saw, remember, it went all the way up to 150 last game before coming all the way back down due to the deck fatigue. Both players still with a little bit, roughly around half their library left. So we might still be seeing this game stretch on for at least another 15 minutes or so. One of the thoughts that I had when we originally proposed the idea of the heroes was that you had to spend the elemental charge that you accrue by attacking, so that you're not just like necessarily just spending it every single turn if you don't actually spend the time to attack with those champions, which could help a little bit with this grind. That he's still doing some work here. Yeah, and Boss MTG bringing this up, the heroes the players are playing at a reasonable pace. They're just forced to make so many game actions per game, which is a flaw in the Boris hero design. Putting the onus on them to play faster isn't the best solution. It's the heroes and incentivize finishing games instead of bringing it to fatigue. Yeah, and I agree. That was one of the strategies that we originally discussed with the hero designs.
Yeah, where's he posting that?
He posted that in our Twitch chat.
Oh, okay.
He says, "When I play Boris, I purposefully don't attack the opponent until like turn 20 when the game is wrapped up." Yeah, so you're incentivized to draw it out by continually playing. And one of our solutions to that, Tom, was that we were planning on, instead of spending mana to activate your hero's abilities, we wanted to say that on your turn when you attack with a champion and deal damage, that you accrue some charge, and you have to spend the charge that you accrue from attacking. So it really forces you to play actively as opposed to just passively where your mana accrues every turn, because unless you're continually attacking, you're not actually getting the necessary charge to activate those hero abilities. So that was the original design, but I think we just shipped it with just using mana, maybe because it was just a little bit easier to code up and to implement, but that's one of the potential areas that we could be looking at for an upcoming tweak. Down comes steady. So players are up to into the 100 and teens. And Boris continually.
I mean, yeah. I just feel like it just comes down to that he can summon a steady and they can't, so it's just like, okay, let's get this over to both players' deck out. And
Yeah,
then,
we are under 10 cards apiece. Now we have six versus 7. But again, what we saw, and the thing is that what is the real strategy for Peerless Boy to actually closing this game out? Because even if you run off with an incredible few turns, you still have to deal your opponent to like a seriously significant amount of life, or damage. And I understand casting Morris every turn, but it just, to me, it's not really um
What guys found the pocket? What guys found the
it's
pocket?
not getting you a clear advantage here.
Is this Mark?
All right, so just like last time, we do see pressuring the life total from Camilleri there, to the degree to which he's able to. Players are even on life total now, so any Morris activations or triggered abilities will affect both players. We see again just spending those same resources with Boris. Now it drops a Boldo, a little bit of protection here. Maybe that buffers his life total for a turn, but really, if you could skip your draw step at this point, you really would. Boldo down. Now we see steady. That triggers the Morris, which gives both players life. And now, with the dropping of Doris, now Peerless is ahead on life, so Morris's will benefit Camilleri. So the patient long game is paying off again for Camilleri, just like it did in game 2. You see the pass back. You see again the steady. Once the equality was triggered, 2 cards in the library for the boy. This is looking like it's going to go to the same way. I don't think we've seen Boris yet.
yeah, no, like Boss just said in the chat, my plan is to save Boris, Morris, Doris in hand until one key turn, and then playing one Ragrasil for burst damage for like 50.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, shout out to the boss in our chat. We really enjoyed your strategy that you brought to the table. There's another couple players that we saw so far in round 1 that also had a very innovative and unique strategy. We liked Silver Realm's strategy as well, which seemed very similar to what Tom sleeved up for this weekend, but maybe just leaning a little bit more on that late game steal strategy. We saw one turn where the Ocho came down with the infinite strike equipped through the rune Simi and the life steal. So the Ocho became like a pseudo Boris. Just took everything down. All right. So players are in the 150s again, just like in game 2. There's Quacka. Quacka takes care of Sanger. Nibbit nibbles the life total down to 156. Importantly, keeping Peerless just above, so another Morris trigger will benefit Camilleri there. But Fontaria not looking too valuable on this board, but it is a card that has some. It is a card. That's right. Has some, abilities to get out of control sometimes if you're able to establish a board presence and stabilize. All right, Peerless is down to, he just drew his last card from his library. So from this point forward, he will be losing life on each draw. Was Peerless the game that went long in round 1 as well? Because
I don't think so.
no, okay.
I think it's just really bad. I mean, I think it's this matchup in particular that can handle it.
Mm-hmm. There comes Urgok. Looks like Urgok just getting those Doruses out of there, so at least you don't trigger them, but not the best since Boris can just remake them.
Yeah, like I think he summoned both of those, but when you Urgok it, it also removes it from your hand also. So if he was sitting on a Morris, now he's gonna have to
That's right.
hope that it summons. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. And okay, so I think we just started to see him begin to lose the life. We won't see Camilleri begin to lose life for not the next turn, but the turn following, if I'm tracking. Also, we see that that Camilleri is going to attack. Well, he's been taking Doris and Morris down, but he could theoretically be attacking for 16 this turn. And then 10 from the card drawn from his empty library. It's another Doris, another Morris. Writing seems on the wall. There's Thomp. Thomp cracks into a Flume off the egg. That's quite a good hatch. 2 mana left for the boy. He's going to take 15 next turn, so he's effectively at 125. Bebby comes down, cracks into Flume. Another Bebby, take the Flume down. So not too bad for your white egg to trade with 2 Bebbies. Pretty good. Now we see, I believe this was the last turn where Camilleri will not take damage. No, maybe he just took 5. Yeah, I think he might have just taken 5. There's Steady. Another attack with the Nibbit. Triggers the regrowth. Now 15 for the boy. So he's down in health by 30. He really needs some way to get a foothold here, but just like we saw in game 2, it doesn't really seem like that's coming. His best play is just play Morris, crack it myself with my own Sanger. It just doesn't feel like that's going to be enough to push the needle. Also, you're 2 turns behind your opponent in terms of the life loss, I think. Stubby takes down
Gets an attack in with Urgok. Peerless Boy drops Morris. 5 mana left. $104 to 140. There's 15 to the face. I think that might mean that Peerless will take 25 next turn, putting him to 79, 80, or 91, 103 maybe? Yeah, 103. There it is. So he's still a far cry. He does have, Camilleri had a little bit more pressure on the life total last game.
Yeah, I mean, we still, the Boris turn's coming
There's a
at some
flop.
point.
Right. The Boris turn's coming, but Camilleri sort of playing around that by not. There's Sala, takes down Sanger. So just keeping that board clear, really trying to. There's 30 to the face for the boy. Doris comes down. Now Glop. I think it's a pass back. Camilleri. So interesting, he doesn't play the Morris, of course, because once, Morris would have triggered and the equality would have benefited the Camilleri. Peerless now takes 35. On the next turn, he will take 40. He's at 44. I think his opponent is 2 turns behind him. In terms of the life loss. So there's 30 to the face, right? So next turn, yeah, there's a Juju, and that's it. And it's over. All right. So we are concluded on round 2. All the other matches concluded quite some time ago. Apologies for the delay in the event for the rest of our competitors here while we closed out that match. And now we are looking to go into round 3. Round 3 pairings will likely be coming in just a few moments. And we're gonna hotfix Boris in the downtime.
I mean, even though it lost, so it's not like it's unbeatable. It's just painful.
Yeah, just. All right. So there's the final pairings. Can we take a look at who are our 2-0 players that have gotten a 2-0 start?
One more.
How do I see the?
We might not be able to see until the next round is live. But yeah, where it says tournament overview there, can you press in brackets?
Brackets?
Yeah, brackets, and then just to the left above scoreboard. Does
Yep.
that show you? Okay, so yeah, we have only the first round is in still. We still don't have the round 2 results live yet, but we'll see the round 2 results in just a moment. We see that we have Silver Realm got his first match. Did Silver Realm win in round 2? No, he lost. Looks like he lost to Glitz. Boss won. Boss beats Sarah. Boss won in round 1, so Boss is in the winner's bracket.
Look.
Big C. Did Big C get a win in round 1? Big C, we could be looking at. Okay, so it looks like pairings are up for round 3. So we could probably go to tournament overview here. We should be able to see who are the 2-0 players. Boss MTG, Daddy Louie, Jumiel. Yes, we do see Big C in the 2-0 bracket. Roddick, Jet. So maybe let's take a look if we can watch one of these 2-0 matches competing. It looks like we have 13 players that have advanced. Oh, including Oot. Maybe we can see if Oot paired against another 2-0 player. That'd be a fun one to watch.
Are you able
Maybe a
to
throwback.
share your screen in Umbop? I need to go put Marsden down.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I can.
let's see if
Yeah,
that
give
works.
me just 1 second to share this. All right. All right. All right.
All
So,
right.
yeah, we're gonna,
All right, I will
give
be
me a
back.
second while I just.
Give me
All
like
right, sounds
15
good.
minutes.
Yep. Take your time. All right.
Daddy.
So, in case anyone was wondering about the baseball scores, there they are. But give me a moment just while I
Get out of here.
load up our
Marsden, get out of here.
load up our play environment. And here we go. We're gonna look for Oot. Okay, we see Jumi versus Boss. Let's jump into that one. We will come back and look for Oot in just a moment. For right now, we're just gonna jump into the first game that we see. It's loading up. All right, and we are off. We see a Pudgy down on the battlefield for the boss. When it takes damage, it gains X attack. So the default is typically 4. This one gains 3, evolving Pudgy to Plumper. We do see Seraph here versus Venomicious. The active is Summon 1 Spora. All right, there is a Nug on the battlefield. That is a 2-mana 5/5 with equality, evolving into Nug, Nunji, and Chunga. The pass is back to the boss, taking his time to think here. I have to say, these sleeves on the bottom from Jumi, I really like those sleeves. They're cool. I love that elephant. Very mystical. It's a moon to take the Nug. Interesting. So maybe boss just trying to be an aggressive deck right out the gate. Nepentara comes down. This is a 2/6 with Greed. It's a 3-mana 2/6 from the Nature family. It was the only card on Jumi's board, so he does draw 2. We see the axe come down, and that gives us an Obliterate. Twiga has that ability Harvest, brings a random Lily to hand. Down comes Zingho, steals, drawing the top card of the enemy deck. The enemy deck for Jumi at the bottom of the screen, that is down to 17 cards in hand. 9 up top for the boss, 10 at the bottom for Jumi, and that is now down to 15 in hand, or 15 in library, due to the business that just came off the battlefield. Thomp clears the Twiga, clears the business. Galax sticks around, Pudgy sticks around. In fact, Pudgy gets a little bit bigger. Zingho sticks around, is a 5/2. Urgot,
And this is an aggressive beatdown strategy. We saw how fatigue, deck fatigue, going to draw from the empty library did result in a victory in our previous round. And already, Boss applying a little bit of pressure in that respect. The game cannot go too long because we do see that
Yeah, quickly,
only
friends.
14 cards
so
left
sad.
for Jimmy. I wonder if maybe that's part of the strategy around some of these decks that are going for the steel motif. Bugworth comes down now. Out comes Pukey. That draws extra off of the Seraph. That's the hero that Tom is playing. Take a second to look at this Seraph in just a moment. This is the Seraph passive ability. Whenever you draw, you get an additional 2 cards, but you skip your draw at the start of your turns. So what's interesting about this ability is that would have come in handy against that Boris deck, where you do actually end up not wanting to draw. And of course, you don't have to play your own greed cards, and your steel cards are always quite valuable. There's the Teal Lily, likely came in off the Twiga Bofa that went out and fetched this Galactoro. Galactoro with Elemental Guard, which is a big 9/9 beater. And Urgok, of course, still sticking around. We see Jumi at 41, so you don't want to be facing a board like this against Tom the Boss Ross, but if you do end up facing it, being at 41 is a somewhat healthy life total. There is a Tiruk. Take out the Bofa, and it may be a pass back here, unless he has one further way to get this Galactor off the board, but it's not. Instead, it's just a Pudgy. Pudgy with that Berserker ability. Now Galactoro does have the ability to potentially crack in or could trade with anything. Importantly, 5 in hand for Jumi. That Pudgy is quite nice. Now it would not kill the Galactoro, but it would actually set it up. Instead, it's an Urgok. Urgok obliterates that Sangor, I believe.
Let's go!
Down comes Bevy, takes out the Tirek. Wonder if we're gonna see Galactoro. Oh, Galactoro went face. Down goes Tirek. Pudgy berserks out into a 4/5. Urgok has an 8/7. Do see that Splora that is part of the natural ability. It has the steel mechanic. Part of the natural ability of Venomicious, green with envy. And we also saw the Ankia deployed. That's the promo Ankia, or the full art. Twiga harvests a random lily to the hand of Tom the Boss Ross. Down comes the axe for the Ankia. It's a nice one for, you know, a nice instant removal for that Ankia, which will typically come back when killed. So this ensures that it doesn't come back. And that's a pass back. Now both players on 9 mana. Jumi at 24 life. Facing a pretty hefty attack. This would be an attack for 12, 18, 19. There must be some sort of, yeah, there's a big earthquake coming. That's a telegraphed. It wasn't an earthquake, but it was a fungal spores. So it deals 5 to all cards with 5 HP or less. Down comes Pukey. So gassing back up for Tom. Tom with 15 in hand, really feeling in control of this match adds a random Lily to his hand. Then Urgok for that the fungal spores champion that Jumi has. Now we see a red Lily that came in off that Twigga that actually ends up taking the Pukey out. Of course, takes itself out as well. Red Lily with an Inferno 1. And it did deal enough to take that Pukey all the way down. There is the Venomicious and the Spore Frog. So Jimmy really able to hang with Tom here and rebuild, but it's a slow grind when your opponent has 13 hand. There's an axe. And Venomicious is a 9/7, so it is able to tangle with the Urgok and go 1-for-1 with it. Say 5 mana, 9/7 with Steel. Down comes the Silver Lily with Provoke. And of course, the fabled tournament edition, the White Lily. He does get that Venomicious on his side of the battlefield due to this moon. That's the nice part about the Quantum Shift. It will take the lowest HP card on the enemy field when your opponent only has one, and it's a really great card like this Diamond Venomicious, and that is so 3 mana, steal your 9/7. Trade you a 1/1. The turn has been passed back. We see that he is greeting here with his nature element, but that is a pass and a scoop to Tom, who takes game 1 against Jumi. While we wait for them to jump into game 2, let's see if we can find Oot again. We were looking for him a little bit earlier. There he is. All right, let's jump in and watch a little bit of Oot's matchup. It looks like maybe they just started, so maybe they've already finished the white. Looks like was cracked and the Cozy Cup came out. Zapicide, not afraid of that Cozy Cup. Pudgy, not afraid either. Pass back to Oot here, 3 mana. We see Helad, the Oot's opponent is Helad Oscuro, and he is Evelyn Tyr, Goddess of Wind. Has the passive ability of cards you play that cost 5 or more mana have Whirlwind X, where X is the life of the card -1. And of course, Oot playing that Madeline, Queen of Waves. Tsunamis deal 1 additional damage to all affected champions, and you can summon 1 steady for 5 mana. We saw that being used to great effect in that match, round 2 against Peerless Boy. Twigga, a very popular card in these events, and it is a random Lily in Helad Oscuro's hand. Stubby goes down to a red Lily, and we see a Pukey on the battlefield for Helad. Both players with 6 in hand, but Helad having a advantage on the battlefield. Down comes Tildurus. Has the ability Rising Water, so as new champions enter, it will get bigger. So Tufus comes down with the Tsunami, and instead of dealing 3 to any card and then 1 to the rest, it deals 4 to any card and 2 to the rest. So very, very powerful in combination with that champion, Madeline. Down goes Axe takes care of the rising waters. Down comes Steady, so just clears the board for Oot. Pass back. Down comes Pukey for Helad. Pukey playing that tribal bomb strategy where the more cards you can jam into your deck that cost 5, the more beneficial whirlwinds you get. Down it comes the Maw. Maw with Rush, 5/4.
Loose change.
And takes that Pukey out. Zingo comes down. Heals. Down comes Thunderpurr. A nice way to get rid of that Maul. Deals 2 to Oot, leaving that Zingo healthy at 5.
Precisely when I
Evolves
mean
the
to.
Spark Main. The Thunderpurr into the Spark Main, and then we see a Pudgy deployed. So nice use of that Bofa Tinkertime Time Warp. The Teal Lily was able to Wind Seek. I wonder what he Wind Seeked there, because he evolved the Spark Main with the Time Warp. Now Oot at 7 mana. He could just play something like Summon a Steady, but that wouldn't get rid of the Spark Main. 6 in hand for Oot, facing a difficult board here. Pudgy can grow because of the Berserker. Bofa, don't want to leave that Bofa around. And Spark Main potentially can start attacking and zapping the champions that Oot plays out. And he goes for an attack on Pudgy, dropping it from a 1/7 to 2 health. It did gain some attack, but however the Tsunami comes down, wipes it away along with the Teal Lily.
All right, I'm back. People are saying mute the game.
The game is
Loud.
do I have my sound on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Do you want me to stop sharing and maybe you can share?
I mean, you can keep sharing it. I think just mute it.
It's not muted? Okay. Well, it's muted on my screen. All right.
There you
Yeah,
go.
I'm not sure what happened. All right. Okay, yeah, so we did figure out that the guild that Oot is in isn't shown on our screen because it is Japanese characters. So we can maybe ask Oot what those characters represent.
All
Down
right.
comes Barry Kane.
Who we got here?
Has that ability. We are watching Oot at the bottom of the screen. There is an Ice School for 5. And then a Moon to steal that Barry Kane. There's a Maul. Takes out Moon. Gets an attack in for 6. So Oot with a good turn there. Dealt with his opponent's biggest threats. And it got an attack in. Helad is down to 14 cards in hand, or in library, excuse me, with 8 in hand. So a nice range there, but you know, as we saw some of these games going to decking, and you have to wonder what is the late game strategy for Helad? Is he looking to just beat down? There's a Whirlwind, and it looks like it's a double Whirlwind because of the ability of Evelyn. So you were able to get an additional Whirlwind 5 in addition to this Whirlwind 15. Follows that up with a Thunder Purr that hits the Frostcoal and passes back. So the nice part about from Oot's side, you know, those Whirlwinds are a little bit frustrating, and there's an Urgok to take it down with the Obliterate. Then a just normal old steady clears the board with the Thunder Purr. You get an attack in for 4. Now those Whirlwinds are frustrating because they're time consuming in terms of taking resources with your mana, but the benefit is you do get to rebuy them. So anything that was Whirlwind back, you can play that again. There's the Urgok that was on Oot's battlefield, now on Helad's battlefield because of that Moon with the Quantum Shift ability. We're in round 3 of the Champions TCG $2,500 major tournament number 2. We're watching both Helad from the guild Team J and Oot from the, I'm not sure, I'm going to take a look at what guild Oot is in. But both players are 2-0. We're playing 6 rounds today.
What round are we in? 3?
We're in round 3. Yep.
I might need a punch.
Punch up. This show is brought to you by Monsters Pipeline Punch.
Pipeline Punch and Zins.
Yep. Pipeline Punch and Zins, the official sponsors of Champions TCG. Either they're official or we just buy them and drink them a lot. It's one of the two. I can't remember.
They would go out of
But-
business if they sponsored us. Haven't seen an Evelyn tier yet. Till now.
Yep.
Pretty strong.
Yeah, I agree. Very strong. Sigma gets the crack in for 9. Oot. Looking at the 8 in hand. He has 2 steadies on the board. The Quacka could trade with the Sigma. Instead, it just goes face. We might see something like a moon here. A Giga Quack evolved. That's why the Quacka didn't want to trade, because it's evolving into the Giga Quack with a monster Vortex 14. So Helad started the turn, I think, at 45, is now down to 26. Took a cool 19. Oot spent 1 mana and drew a card. Of course, you cannot let that Sigma survive. You can still run the 2 steadies. You could double steady to take it down. And there it is. So I wonder what the deal was with that. Oh, he wanted to attack the Sigma. No, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, I wonder why he attacked it and then stole it instead of just stealing it right away. I'm not sure. I know that there's a reason why. I've seen Oot do some things that really shock me when you think about how well thought out they are. So I love to see that from our players. We saw that in our last major event. We saw some really just total mind-bending play where, they combusted and didn't choose anything just to give their opponent like less of a chance of, or no chance to steal something with Moon. I mean, there's really deep lines that these players come up with. So I know that there's some reason.
Something with that storm caller.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, because
and there you see Oot down to 8, or excuse me, down to 1. But he gets the lethal attack in.
If he would have left that other thing out there and not attacked with it, he would have lost.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right.
Is it Stormcaller or no? What is the ability? But yeah, that is exactly why, because he would have lost. He just survived with 1 HP. Like, what the fuck?
Exactly. And it's like, these pros that are competing for this $2,500. I mean, they think through these lines of attack and defense that are just so brilliant.
Because that guy just whirlwinded that back with that Sigma, so he knew he had it to play again.
Yes.
To damage himself. Yeah.
That was it.
Fuck.
All right. Let's see. What's a match that we should pull up here? This Brodnik match. It looks like the Brodnik match just ended. So maybe we'll give it a moment and we'll pull up one of these other matches that is coming up in just a minute. And in the meantime, I will just take a moment and pull up our major tournament again, just so we can review what the standings look like, who's playing who, what results do we already have? We may have a few results here that are already announced. So, yeah, it looks like Boss MTG already in round 3, 2-0 over Jumi. Had a very quick start. Daddy Louie, 2-0 over Gills. Bexpect Real actually took down Big C. Big C has been just absolutely dominating our weekend $500 weekend open series recently. There's Brodnik, so we may see a game 2 or 3 with Brodnik. Otherwise, let's take a look if any of those games came on yet. No, not yet. So maybe they're just still being reported. We see Sumaya took down Nando. Magicum over Crypto Globito. Double the B reached a victory over Crying Crit. Hexic over Boss Levs. Cero 2-0 over Nunez. Tolengo over Elvi Santos. Mad Mardigan, who had a great victory against
Your buddy broke in. He's on camera now.
my buddy. How's it going,
I
Marcin?
got him in a headlock. I'm trying to choke him out. Get out of here, dude. I'm on national television.
Oh, what a cutie.
There.
All right.
He loves the honk honk emote. The chicken is what he calls it.
The chicken.
No,
Camilleri won over
Armis.
AC.
Armis.
That's our cat, dude.
Johans
Alright.
over PCMC.
Alright, give me another minute. He was supposed to be asleep.
No problem, yeah. And then, yeah, Nola Gold, all Carito TCG. So, yeah, not sure what's going on with Nola Gold there, but let's see. So I'm seeing all matches have reported here. So we might see round 4 coming up soon. And that, unless I'm looking at something that maybe is behind. As far as I can see, yeah, everything in round 3 looks like it has been reported correctly. And so we will await our round 4 pairings. But while we are doing that, let's just take a look at our tournament overview. So we see that Boss, he won. He's going to 3-0. He beat Jumi, and he beat him 2-0. So it wasn't quite. It was a very convincing victory there. Let's see how Daddy Louie did. Daddy Louie won 2-0 against Gills. So we may see a Daddy Louie Boss matchup next round. Big C, we know that Big C fell. I believe it was to this opponent, Be Expect Real. So Be Expect Real is also in the 3-0 bracket with Daddy Louie with Boss MTG. Let's see if Alvin and Jet played. I'm not 100% sure if Alvin and Jet played. Whoops. There it is. Okay, yes, they did play, and Alvin won. So we're seeing basically Alvin, Be Expect Real, Daddy Louie, Boss MTG. Oh, I see. We have Brodnik Soulkeeper yet to report. Okay. Let's see if their match is live. I wanted to go to that one anyway. It's not live, but that may mean that they have concluded it and it just hasn't gotten reported yet. All right, while we are waiting for round 4 to get posted, let's take a brief moment. We will check in with our chat. How's our chat doing out there? The next generation of champions. That is the Lord himself's son. Tyrant King checking in with the chat. Fat Thor. Boris is Fat Thor. we need to equip him with a hammer, the Maul hammer. still waiting here on round of 3 to conclude. But yeah, we'll just continue to go through. It looks like, yeah, Oot was able to achieve the victory 2-0 versus Helladiscoro. So let's just check in with Oot's. This is the match that's still going on. Brodnik Soulkeeper. So we'll keep that in mind. Oot is advancing to 3-0. And finally, we have Rain. Rain looks like maybe got paired down. Against Himuli, who's 1-1. And let's look at how Himuli Rain match went. Oh no, Rain did not get paired down. Or he did get paired down, but it wasn't against Himuli, unless Rain's name is, no, here it is. No, he got paired against Tatsutu, and he won 2-0. So Rain, the last of the 3-0 bracket. Oh no, excuse me. This is the 4 mana. The round 4 is live, but before we jump into the pairings, let's just take a second to check in with who is 3-0 through the event. I thought that Rain was 3. All right, we are back live with the Lord himself, tuning in with us. Round 4 of our $2,500 major event, second major of the year. This is our third high stakes event that we've run this year. In addition, we ran that $10,000 Pro Invitational. This has been a great game, by the way. It's been back and forth. There was a moment when I really thought Oot was going to completely run away with the game. Soulkeeper has since rebounded a little bit. I'm not sure who's ahead right now. There's business to gas back up. The Namek comes down with a big tsunami.
Who is this Soulkeeper? Haven't heard of
Soulkeeper
new player.
knocked Brodnik down into the losers bracket last match. And so I was really interested to see what Soulkeeper brought to the table. I like this this avatar that the Soulkeeper is rocking right here. Very cool. He has the snake charmed avatar
Where's
from the
blink?
Hunktown drop.
Let's go upstairs.
And then we see Nunji. Is this Nunji? Yes, Nunji comes down. Big life bloom. That I believe goes face. Steady. Gets a Slava in. That's a 6-6 rush attack to drop the Soulkeeper down to 26. It feels like Soulkeeper has been perpetually at this range of life total. 26, 24, 28, 33, 29. He's just sticking around this life total.
It's heavy. But it's heavy. Let's go out.
You see that score come down. That's the special ability of Venomicius. Oot on 9 mana. There's a little bit of feedback, or not feedback, but like rustling from your microphone. I don't know if that. Yeah.
It's a fan.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it stopped. Whatever. I don't. Yeah, it stopped.
All right. What's
Right, so now
Soulkeeper
we
in the
see-
tournament? Is he 2-0, 3-0?
No, he's 3-0. Yep. Same with Oot. They're both fighting for to remain undefeated. We saw that, I believe, in our previous $2,500 major event. I think that all X1s made it in, and I think that the final bubble for the X1 and 1, I think maybe one player made it with 2 losses. So getting this fourth win is very significant for these players. Gives them an opportunity to potentially play a win and in their next match. We see Soulkeeper just again sticking around that 20 to 25 life total. Deploying a Gloomtoad, an Urgok, and a Venomicius. Huge flipping the tables back to Oot and saying, "Do you have it in you one more time?" It is a Quacka that feels like it's not going to be enough. I feel like Quacka is just a tiny bit. Now, there could be some sort of like moon or something like that. Instead, it's just a steady. So what you're doing is you're trying to set up for a big turn next turn by cracking that Urgok and getting some additional damage on the Gloom Toad. But unfortunately, that is all she wrote. And the Soul Keeper gets the victory over Oot there. Very, very good turn, or very good game. We see Cerro Talengo. It looks like Talengo got a victory over Cerro. We see Brodnik fighting in the X1 bracket. He probably needs to win out to get in. We see the boss down here. Let's jump in on the boss. We're going to hop around a little bit, check out some other matches. We see the Shio-chan avatar with the Honktown Carnival themed sleeves. I love to see that. Very cool. And
Has
we
Boss
saw,
even dropped a game yet?
I don't know. We saw Seraph is deployed by the boss. Now we're looking at Expect Real playing Shadriel the Twilight Storm. Dark damage has +2 against light champions, air +2 against water. So this was used against Boss in his first match, but he made quick work of that. There it is, Salah to take that game. At least game 1 for the boss. I'm not sure if that was game 2. We'll find out in just a moment. While we're waiting for that info, we will bring you into the follow-up match between Soul Keeper and Oot. They are going into game 2 here. And it looks like starting things off, Oot on turn 1. He looks like he was on the draw, so we'll see Soul Keeper on the play. Oot with that White Lily in hand. There's the business on his turn 2. Now it's Oot for his turn 2 on the draw. So Soul Keeper gassed back up with that business, gives him the additional card that he was missing from having gone first. It is a Noms to freeze the business. A little bit of a wasted Blizzard. You want to try and get something a little bit more out of that. But I think Oot just thinking better to get on the board than do nothing at all on turn 2. Down comes Zingo. That will steal a card from Oot's library. Froskel will Ice School out the Zingo, and then business drops. And then it is a Thomp, followed up with a Twiggo, which will harvest a random Lily to the Soul Keeper's hand. Soul Keeper up a game over Oot in this match. We are in round 4. The Champions TCG $2,500 major. We are watching the undefeated bracket right now. Oot versus Soul Keeper. A win in this match would be a strong push for a top 8 berth. It's not quite a win and in, but it is very close. Sanger comes down, gets the Froskel off the board. Nobbit down to a 5-2. Oot still rocking this old school water avatar.
Yeah, he's been rocking that since the beginning.
Yeah, and he's got his water Madeline, Queen of the Waves.
you know, so he's coming to splash. He's splashing around. Nibbit down. Nibbit and Nobbit teaming up. There comes Nug. Nug is the 2-mana 5/5 equality champion for Soulkeeper. Sporafrug with equality as well. Leaning into this equality strategy. Pudgy, very conspicuous as the 1/7. It can trade with that Nobbit, or it can at least take that Nobbit down. Instead, Quacka, Oot knows not to mess with that Pudgy. And there is double white. White all the way back from Gen 2, one of our Gen 2 Ice Eggs champions. Of course, Standard is the format that we're playing. Standard allows you to play cards from all 4 most recent sets. That is 2 through 2, 3, 4, and the newest Elemental Warfare. The Green Lily that was harvested from the Twigga pushes that Gloomtoad up to a 7/12. We see double Gloomtoad now. 5 in hand for Soulkeeper, only 4 in hand for Oot. We see a steady. But it's not going to be enough. Oh, it is enough to get that Gloomtoad off because he has the follow-up Stubby. That was a huge play from Oot. He does unfortunately leave that Gloomtoad around as a 7/8. And it is going to be able to eat something. It'll probably eat the Nibbit, maybe? Actually, the Nibbit just attacked directly into it. Dropping it to a 4/7/5. What's interesting about the 7/5 now is, yes, it can eat a steady, but you're going to lose to the steady that follows the next turn. So the Gloomtoad likely to die no matter what. There's a Tiruk, and finally a Tidorus, followed by Pukey. Tidorus with this ability Rising Waters. Every time a new champion enters, it gets +1/+1. We saw it run away from the game last game, and there's the steady to get rid of the Rising Waters after the attack. The residual damage drops the Toad and the Pukey to the range of an additional Tsunami. And right now, Oot's life total not being pressured by Soulkeeper. He will get an attack in for 11, but that's only going to drop Oot to 42. He leaves 3 mana unspent. Penthera. There's a Bofa. Vomenticle comes off of the evolution of the Pukey. Draws Soulkeeper an additional card. Then down comes Fungo. With equality. Soulkeeper really doing some work this game. This Gloomtoad that has just managed to stick around for at least 3 turns now, maybe even 4 turns now. There's a lot of okay, so he has the ability, to play a steady no matter what, which will get rid of the Gloomtoad. So it's very likely that that's what's going to happen. He targets the Bofa for the brunt of that Tsunami. So -4 to the Bofa, -2 to everything else. That wipes the Gloomtoad. He's getting these
champions down into a range where another tsunami could get at least 2 of them. Maybe the Bofa and the Fungu, or the Vomenticle and the Fungu, and it is a stubby. If he had one more stubby, he could clear the board. Now that Fungu does trigger equality. Instead, it's just steady to take the Nepentera down and followed by a Timber Fawn. So looking to play a little bit of a late game strategy, and why not? You have the Madeline, who's just gonna bring the tsunamis every single turn. It was a Splora with nothing left to do, so just might as well agreed. After the Fungorth took the board out for Oot, that was a very good turn, so you were able to trigger the opposing Ice Cubes with that Shatter ability. There's Tidorus, followed by Maul. Maul will take down the Splora, then a Moon. Fungorth now maybe just going face. You wonder what this Tildorus is wanting to do. Will it go face? Oot on the fence on this attack. You know, he's down to 1 in hand. I think you know, you're obviously worried about, you know, if your opponent moons. Oh, it's an. I see. So it was just a pass back, and he does have the moon. He has a double moon. That's what I was gonna say. Is that, you know, like, you have to be worried against a double moon or something like this. But, you know, at a certain point, you know, what are you gonna do? Your opponent has a double moon. You just, good job. You know. You only have 1 card in hand. There's only so much you can play around. It's an Urgot to take care of that Rising Waters. Now, I have to say, if Oot can somehow find a way to battle back in this match, it will be a tremendous, unbelievable comeback. He's going to take an attack, likely for 5. There's the attack for 5, and that's a crackback. And I think if you're Oot, you just, you know, you can't play around your opponent having a double moon like that. It's just, you know, he played a great game. If he has another, even if he has, so he really needs 2 tsunamis here. He has the Slava, so he's going to take a crack for 12.
Yep. I fixed
I
it.
think they're saying that for some reason. Oh, okay.
Yep, my bad.
So we should have sound in the Twitch coming up soon.
Yep.
All right, we're back with sound. Sorry about that, everyone. Okay. So, yeah, while the sound was out, we went over what the potential decisions are around our undefeated players. We have 3 undefeated players going into round 5. Certainly, if either any of those 3 players win in round 5, they're guaranteed lock. Most likely they're a lock anyway for a top 8, but interesting to see what their decisions will be. And we were planning on jumping in and watching Tom the Boss Ross in a matchup against Daddy Louie. But we jumped in before that into this match. Oot versus Himuli. These players are fighting for their tournament life here already in the X1 bracket, and it is Himuli battling with Seraph against Oot, who we followed a little bit through this tournament with the Madeline strategy, with the Madeline build. We see Steady off there. While we are tuning into this game action here, I'm just going to take a brief peek through our lobby just to see if I can get any insights as to what these other players have decided to do, whether or not some of these players that are in the undefeated brackets are playing in round 5, or if they've decided to draw. I see Big C and Humi are playing. Of course, they're in the X2 bracket, so they have no choice. Saro is down a game to Nando. Rodnick and Jet are going into their match. And also we saw Rain Kaija. And Rain Kaija are, I believe, in the are both 3-1. So we'll give you some updates about their tournament action as the round unfolds. This is live. This is round 5, Champions TCG, second tournament major, and this is playing for a top 8, $2,500 in tournament prizes. This is our third high stakes event of the year. We had a $10,000 pro invitational. This is our second major event with a $2,500 prize pool. Players earn their berth to this major event by competing in our daily and our weekly tournaments. And those range in a variety of formats. There we see a big attack with Maul, takes down the entire board after the Runestone equipped it with Retribution. And now Silva drops the 2-mana egg from the normal family, and on death summons a random card and can also evolve into anything anything normal. There we see Moon trades with that Silva and evolves the Urgok. Urgok obliterate the Moon. GG, baby. Comes the Himuli. Followed by a GG, baby, from Oot. So players having fun with the emote. And there we see a big attack from Urgok, then an attack from Steady, and it is a Giga Quack for the victory. So massive stomping there by Oot. That gives him a good leg up, potentially try to earn a berth into this top 8. The a strong finish here. Let's see if we can check in on some of the other action. As we discussed, Rain is in a match with Kaija. And let's see, in the tournament overview, Rain is X1. Let's see if Kaija is also X1, or did Rain get paired down again? Oh, you know what? Yeah. Yeah, Ejong 06. Okay, so I just needed to double check the in-game name. So it is Ejong, and yes, Rain's opponent is also 3-1. Now, Rain's opponent has a poor match win percentage, as does Rain. So Rain really needs to go 2-0 in rounds 5 and 6. He doesn't have any wiggle room here. Down comes a Flamerock. We see the Volcanoth on the battlefield. So he is just all in on this fire strategy. You see it is a mirror match here as Plane of Lava comes down, and then it is simply a concession. So that was going to be a big attack there from Rain. So Rain up a game, needing to close out rounds 5 and 6 with 2 wins for a chance at a top 8 berth. But in the X1 bracket, he definitely has a great chance if he can secure these last 2 wins. Right? Now we see, jump into Cerro Nando. Cerro Nando, we are looking at Cerro is 2-2, and Nando also 2-2. So both players, just like Rain, really needing some breaks to go their way as they push for 2 victories in these final rounds. Arrow on the bottom of the screen, Nando at the top. You saw this before, but it's Blackfin, the Shadow of the Deep, with an additional +2 from Dark against Light Champions and +2 from Water against Fire Champions. Down comes Kelpie. 4 mana 6/6 Rising Waters. This card is massive. It is a common, just a stud. There's an 8. Now it's an 8/8. Two Fists with the Tsunami, and then the Blue Lily wipes much of the board. Nando, I believe Nando has a white or blue lily. Is that correct? Like owns one? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I don't know. I don't think so. I thought only. I forgot who even got the blue.
Reshi had a blue lily, right? Didn't he open one?
It might have been Reshi.
Yeah. Well, I think he's playing a blue lily, so he must have one. I think 2 got open. I'm not sure who the second one was open, but I think maybe Nando has one. So Nando, I believe Cerro able to close that one out there. That brings them to a 1-1 match with each other. All right, let's see. Some other, I'm looking for some other undefeateds or X1s. Oh, Double the B. Let's check in on Double the B. I believe they are also, Double the B is also fighting for a a top 8 berth here. So Double the B is currently in 8th place. He is fighting Alvin in 7th. See some GG babies there. Double the B looking like, 15 cards in hand. There's a green lily to boost the cluck up. And yeah, Alvin out of cards. Game is over. Wow. Double the B with Seraph, following a similar strategy to what we've seen employed to great success by Tom the Boss Ross. And Double the B has 17 cards in his library, 13 cards in his hand, and his opponent is hellbent and has 0 cards in library. I mean, you can't imagine when that's what it's supposed to do. When you draw it all up and you sit there the night before the tournament, the big tournament, you think how you want your matches to go, especially when it's a high stakes match like round 5. You're playing another opponent that's potentially vying for your spot in the top 8. There's something to be said for winning, and a win's a win, but there's also something to be said for, stomping your opponent and, I don't want to say the words humiliating them, but you're really demoralizing them when you beat them that handily. And we saw that with Double the B last tournament, right? He took down the pro and major number 1. Yeah, and he was also had his back against the wall. He didn't, draw in or anything like this. I mean, he really had to fight and claw his way in. But it was almost like when the pressure was on, the cards fell in his favor. And we see it again. It's a monster stomping there. Whoops. Jumped out of the queue there. Sorry about that. Let's take a look at what else we have. So Silver Realm and Iwaga Kyore. They are in a match, but I don't think it has top 8 implications. So let's try and look for, okay, so Brodnik, I think, yeah, Brodnik's a 3-1. Okay, let's jump into Brodnik. Sorry, I just dropped, where is Brodnik? Oh, there he is, right there. Okay, let's jump into Brodnik. We know that Brodnik dropped his game. His only loss is to an undefeated player in Soul Keeper. We also saw Soul Keeper have an excellent game against Oot. So, he's the real deal. Soul Keeper came to play this weekend. Brodnik, on the other hand, what we're seeing is he has a Volcanoth in play, which is not that good when you are the Madeline Queen of Waves deck. There is a steady. Brodnik is at 60. So, yeah, he must have stolen a Volcanoth. I don't know how he can put this on his battlefield. Okay, so down comes Blazebark, Fyron. These are some OG champions that we see here. Really cool to see these in play. Generation 2, Generation 3. And get some reach there. Knocks Brodnik down to 54. We see steady come
happen is your opponent can steal it, or and it does no. It serves. I guess it helps guard against infernos. So maybe it's not 100% useless, but I would want to kill it. So Madeline, Queen of Waves, I'm not sure why the tsunami didn't affect. It didn't look like the tsunami got the buff from Madeline on that turn.
All right, I'm back. He finally
You
went to
noticed?
sleep.
Oh, nice.
What happened?
Madeline's supposed to buff the tsunamis, but the one that I just saw, it didn't seem like it got buffed.
Yeah,
Just
one
seemed like it dealt
plus
3.
1 damage. Well, yeah, because
Yeah, it dealt 3
Satana
to-
has armor 1.
Oh, right. Down comes Rizma. And it's Wildfire 2. So there is the steady. Rodnick seemingly in charge of this game. Like we've seen many times with these fire decks, they sort of they peter out. I mean, actually, Jet is the one whose life total is threatened. If you're the fire deck and your opponent and you have half your opponent's life total 10 turns into the game, it's really not a good thing.
Yep.
This is round 5 of the Champions TCG second major tournament. Round 5 of 6. So we will have one more round tonight, and then we will cut to a top 8 and bring you all the conclusion of our tournament action tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern time. So tune back in. Make sure to tune in tomorrow to catch all of the top 8 coverage. I'm your host, Manifestable, joined with the Lord himself. We see it looks like Brodnick's going to run away with this one. While we're waiting for this match to wrap up, I'm going to try to look into my crystal ball and see what is going on with these matches. Has anyone reported anything? We see Double the B was able to win his match against Alvin. That puts Double the B at 4-1, and it's possible that he could maybe draw in with another 4-1 opponent in round 6. We're obviously tuned into Brodnick and Jet. We're watching them right now. We saw Rain take it down against Ejong 06, aka Kaija. We saw Mad Mardigan fall to Upai Shigo. And Mad Mardigan was in the X1 bracket. So Upai Chigo is now 4-1. Mad Mardigan down in the 3-2 bracket. So Upai Chigo, Rain. As far as Himuli Oot, I believe we just watched Oot take that victory, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, Oot's what, 3-1?
Oot is
4-1?
3-1 right now.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so that match wrapped up here, and Brodnick did win that one. And I think we saw Oot with a game victory, but I don't know if we ended up seeing him with a match victory. But I don't see their match going on, so it's possible that that match is concluded, but it's just simply not yet announced. So let's take a quick peek into round 5, which results we have live. Let's take a quick refresh of our bracket. Here we see, the Oot match is unannounced, but as we mentioned before, Upai Chigo
is going to advance. Rain as well. These players are both only one loss. Oot Himuli, that match I believe is concluded but not confirmed. We see that Brodnik, that was game 3 that we just watched with Brodnik Jet. Brodnik does advance, so very real chances for Brodnik to spike a top 8 here. That would be huge for him, especially considering he did drop that game in round 3, or that match in round 3, to Soulkeeper, who went on to be undefeated. Boss MTG and Daddy Louie, I didn't see them play, so I think there's a strong likelihood that that's because they drew in round 5, which would mean that they are both entering round 6 as a 4-0-1. And that would give them they could probably even draw in, although it's unclear whether their opponent would want to do that. Depending, their opponent may have to play to win. They may need to. There may be enough X1s vying for the last 2 seats in the top 8 that they would have to actually play in order to earn their berth. And let's bring you to some game action while we're waiting for this to shake out. We're going to bring you to a game that has been going on between Cero and Nando. Cero down to 7, Nando at 28, but Nando facing a very lethal attack next turn. Let's see, 12, 16, 21, 22, not lethal, but a very formidable attack. Cero also sleeved up these Giga Quacks, so it could very likely be that Nando has this turn to kill Cero and that's it. But he just passes back with nothing. And we'll see if Cero does have lethal this turn. Otherwise, Nando will get that one additional turn. And we see that, Nando is playing the Blackfin Shadow of the Deep, so he likely has some Giga Quacks of his own. There is Madeline herself. And it is just a pass back, so Nando has an additional turn. It's a stubby, so that's likely not going to do it. Unless he has a way to clear the board, but he doesn't. He honks, and down he goes. Nando drops to Cero. We see the GG, baby. And that is going to be a victory. You see some emote shenanigans going on. Come at me, bro. And there he goes. That is the final lethal attack, and a little bit of fun at the end there, while he like a little kitten that plays with his mouse after he catches it. This is the TCG equivalent of that, just tossing around your dinner. And let's see. So we have some ongoing ranked action. We haven't checked in too much with this Stoned guild or with Mugen Fitters. Looks like Mugen Fitters is part of the Oot guild. So let's take a peek in here and see if we can't figure out what's going on. So it's Mugen Fitters at the top with the Seraph strategy. We've seen that very well, very successful throughout the weekend. Now we are facing off against Samael Cinder Sky. So you have a buff on your fire damage against nature, and you have a buff on your air damage against water. Down comes Blitzy. That has Wildfire 2. And it's just a beat down. Wildfire 2 is just so... Luckily, it doesn't stay around for too long, luckily for Samael. Dies to a Volpire. And almost takes this Taiwan down. Now, I think the Taiwan was all the way up to like a 10... Yeah, it's a 10-9. So it got the max. It got 7 on that Taiwan, but still not enough to take it all the way down. See some attacks there. Samael down to 26. Mugen Fitters. Both players rocking some pretty swag sleeves. What do you think is the more swag? You think Samael has the more swag or Mugen Fitters?
Samael.
Yeah, I think so. Those like psychotic clown sleeves, that's swag for sure. The one thing I'll say is that Mugen Fitters is rocking just the basic turdy, you know?
Yeah.
What do you think about rocking the basic turdy? You think that's swag or you think no, not swag?
Not swag.
Not swag. You got to bump off your
I think
turdy.
he's been doing
Thing
it
is that-
though. Like, yeah, his is like been playing a lot, and I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a meme.
So yeah, you can almost go back to the turdy, you know, like just as like it's like, you know, when you're playing Fortnite and you just play as the default skin, but you got mad skills, you know. Everybody thinks you suck because you're like the default
Yeah.
skin, but then you're actually good. Yeah, so I could see him trying to like you know, run the turdy out there just to sort of like throw people
We
off
should
a little
like
bit. If you haven't
airdrop
heard the name, you can-
everybody the turdy avatar and then change it going forward to the turd worm.
Yeah, I like that.
Then it would be swag.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do some I like the idea of doing some free stuff. Yeah. Free mints are fun, you know. Doing some like, you know, very limited edition like, you know, just a free mint just because.
Yeah. Is Samael like still in it? He's got a chance.
Yeah, not really. No, cuz Mugen Fitters, well, as soon as I said that, down comes Squark.
No, like in the tournament, like does he have a chance to make top?
Oh, I don't think either of these players do, but we're waiting on results. So let me just, while we're waiting, while we're watching this game, I'll just check in to see if any other results have been announced. Give the chat an update. By the way, chat, checking in with you. How are we doing? Make some noise in the chat if you're loving this weekend tournament. Shout out to Tyrant King, who rated us with a party of 1. Thank you, Tyrant King.
Yeah, Samael just 0-4 and just
Shout out
grinding.
Boss MTG. Teaching me how cards work. It does 3 and 1 because of Satana's armor. Yeah, I had missed that at first. Shout out Nando. Nando getting the good luck from the chat. Shout out K1. K1 is, for those that aren't familiar, you know, okay, we're at the game. The game is over. I was paying attention to the chat. But K1 does so much work. K1 and Annie Moon to keep the wheels moving in this organized play community. They are your tournament organizers for this event and for all of our tournament events. So they also are just wonderful with our player community, always working with them to get their deck list sorted out and to you know, make adjustments to tournament formats if players are seeking that. So if you are interested in playing Tournament Champions TCG, come on to our Discord, discord.gg/champions TCG to get started, and we can get you started with some free packs, some free starter packs, get you in here. And let's see. Now, I don't see any games going on, so we could see our round 6 pairings live here fairly soon. let's peek into the event and just see, have we had any other Tolengo. Now, this is a player that is clearly doing well in this tournament, and we've just sort of missed him in all 5 rounds. So maybe for this last round, we can jump into Tolengo's match. We see that he took the match against Sumaya, also had a great tournament. And unfortunately, Sumaya is on the bubble, really, because even as the best X1 now will be the best X2, but you know,
You don't want to watch
gotta look
another
at
Peerless Boy grind out.
Boris deck, dude.
Well, we'll check. Yeah, we'll check on. Oh
10
yeah, there is a match. There is a Peerless Boy.
10
This is
minutes
probably the
in.
final match.
10 minutes in. I mean, they probably only have 100 HP each. Oh yeah, one of them does.
Yeah, it's only 63. That's not too bad.
Just getting warmed up. They both still have 14
Yeah.
cards.
Yeah, we haven't gotten a chance to see Juju in action, so his special ability is to summon a spooky. But we see that Peerless Boy, 5 cards in hand. So really, it was just that one single strategy against the Madeline where they really were incentivized not to play their cards out. And we can take a look at that if there's something that we could do from a play design standpoint for that mechanic. But what we see instead is just a pure beatdown. We see Boris on the table here. They're spooky with Icicle 5. It is a 6/4. There we see Bebby gets an attack in. Blue Bebby comes down, evolving off the Bebby. Doris and Morris join the battlefield.
How's Peerless Boy doing in this? Has he got a chance?
Peerless Boy, I don't believe so. I don't believe Peerless Boy is in the running.
He's just out here
Let
trying
me
to
check.
piss everybody off that he's playing.
He's spoiling.
Yeah.
Okay, no, he is
1 and 3.
he's 1 and 3.
Yeah. Boss Lev's 1 and 3 too. That's surprising.
Yeah, Johann's 2 and 2.
Some
Yeah,
good
Boss Lev's
players,
1 and
dude. It's
3.
super competitive here.
Gas Nippy 1 and 3.
And nothing's really standing out as like the I mean, I guess what Seraph is standing out as a powerful hero.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but Seraph, I don't feel like is powerful. I mean, I guess it is. It's powerful. I was gonna say it's not really. It's more just that it enables. You know, it's a great way to just you don't just play Seraph and then a pile of cards and win, right? You have to really build a cohesive strategy around how you maximize Seraph.
Yeah.
So I like it for that reason.
Yeah, who is that? Who you would build a deck around now that you've got to see some of the pros play? What would you?
Yeah,
go
I
with?
think so.
Seraph.
I think I would. You know, I might actually. Part of me really wants to do something around like the Light of Aldrich. You know, where you get extra Light of Aldrich cards. I thought that was kind of cool. You'd need to. You know, you'd really need to fine tune and hone. There's just so many different ways that you can go about it, and as more sets come out and more, you know, heroes are introduced, etc., you know, there's just going to be this, you know, ever changing strategy. There's more, you know, like we said, we started with Boris and then, you know, moved off of Boris and tried to, you know, moved on to Seraph, etc., and it's just like, you know, it's a big game of rock paper scissors. Down comes Spooky, so that's not good if the only thing you're doing with your turn is 5 mana, you know, summon another Spooky. The Catfisher comes out, Elemental Aegis,
So Spooky is a water champion, so it does have the additional water shield there. Doris comes down, Morris comes down. We've seen this strategy from Peerless Boy in round 2. Doris with a big fat butt, 314. She gets rid of one of those shields off that Catfisher. Down comes another Spooky. Papa Doors down to 32, but he's not. Peerless Boy not really threatening the life total anytime soon, and these Morrises are gonna lift that Papa life total up. Just really hard when your opponent deals with your Boris to switch to that beatdown strategy. Goaty on the battlefield. Has Elemental Guard. So it grants Guard, the ability Guard to all water champions, so they're immune from being targeted by the enemy abilities. Instead, Doris just cracks in with that big butt. She's got the fat pants on. Triple Morris. We've gotten to the stage of Morris beatdown. There, down comes Frostcrypt. That has a Blizzard. Gets the Blizzard onto the Morris. Quality buffs that life total up to 50. Spooky joins the party. That's an Icicle for 5. And then Catfisher takes Morris down. Here comes the Goaty. So again, a backup Elemental Guard as a 4/4 for 3. Papa Door is down to 5 cards in hand, though. Really, Peerless Boy doesn't really need to beat down. Peerless Boy just needs to go to time, let these turns play out, keep the board clear. Glop comes down for Peerless Boy. We're likely going to see another Morris, another Doris. And Papa Door's really up against it here. 4 turns, because, you know, these Icicles, they're not going to get the job done.
No,
Down comes
Elemental Guard. so
Axe.
can't target shit.
Can't
except
axe
that
the axe.
He has to hit the axe.
Oh, really? Because of the guard. Yeah, you're right. No, he just chooses to get nothing. So he's just playing a 5-mana 6/2. That's fine. Nobbit comes down with the Tsunami. But really, there's Peerless Boy is just outlasting him here. Fat butt Doris again. I'm going to take a second to check in with our chat. Nando giving a shout out to K1 and Annie saying, I came in for the Web3 TCG, but I ended up staying for K1 and Annie. So shout out. We love you, Nando. Thank you very much. Are lilies and the card named Missing Data one of one prints, or are they obtainable? That was a question from Tyrant King. Lord, do you have a...
Yeah, Missing Data was, I think, just available in Gen 3, like, Japanese, like some crafted version. I don't know. It snuck in there. Maza put it out. Or, I don't know, like, it wasn't eliminated from the card pool. So, yeah, the only way to get it is in a... It might be a basic Gen 3 Japanese pack, or a specific crafted one. I cannot remember.
Yeah, but there's very few of them, but they're not one of ones. I think there's at least 2 missing datas. There's no regular white lily that I'm aware of. Actually, no, that's not true. There's
there's
one,
a white
right?
lily,
There's one white
yeah.
lily.
That's our
Yeah, there's a
highest.
white lily. It got opened around Halloween. Someone opened a Halloween, a white lily around Halloween, and then they put it on the market and it sold for $7,000 within a couple weeks. And but there's no purple lily, right? There's no real purple lily in existence. No one's opened one yet. I think
There's no
purple lily is
purple lily?
from Gen 2, right? What?
There's no purple lily?
I don't know of anybody that owns a purple lily. I do know 2 people own a blue lily, right?
Yeah, I thought there was
Reshi,
a
and it looks like
purple-
Nando. Nando's in the chat. So Nando, we saw you playing a blue lily. Did you oh, there's only one blue lily. Nando, did you harvest the blue lily that you played in your deck today off of a Twiga, or did you do you own a
I don't
Chris
think it was
Chris has the
Reshi.
blue lily?
Yeah,
Okay,
Chris, yeah.
Boss mentioned Chris as the blue lily. Okay. Yeah, we were getting all confused. Yeah, and then of course Boss owns a tournament edition white lily. So premium version. Yes, he pulled Chris pulled a blue lily the day that the set launched. That has to be like the best feeling in the world. I mean,
Yeah.
how many times did you and I sit back and just crack packs
Oh,
of Gen 2 like
Yeah,
over and over and
hundreds.
over and over and over again, trying to get that white lily? Oh my god. Yeah. Can you imagine though, just like grabbing a couple packs at the store or something like that, and
I
just
know,
cracking
dude.
one
It's
out?
like, yeah, like a Black Lotus or like that Lord of the Rings card, dude, for Magic. Like, just actually cracking one of those, like, crazy.
Yeah, so Nando confirmed that the blue lily that he played, and I think it was round 2 or 3, that it was from a harvest ability. He did not put one in his deck. We thought maybe, Nando, you were high rolling and we just didn't know it. All right, we're seeing that this match is moving along.
Peerless Boy just dragging every match out for an hour and a half. Just doesn't care, dude. He's
But
here.
look, he got there.
Yeah.
He got there. All right.
GG's.
So let's see what our results look like. So we didn't see Boss or Daddy Louie play, so our assumption was that they drew in and are going to be in excellent shape. Both are probably locked for top 8. We didn't see Soul Keeper. Did we see Soul Keeper play? Not sure, but either way, we have the rest of the results. As we said, Talengo, we're going to try to follow Talengo in round 6, just because we haven't got a chance to highlight his deck or her deck. Not sure, but on camera yet. Double the B over Alvin, and Brodnik still live. Got the win over Jet. Oot with the win over Humuli, and followed up with Rain over Aizhang, and Upai Chago over Mad Mardigan. So that is the extent of the X1s or better, starting with Upaichego, Rain, Oot,
Is tomorrow
Brodnik,
constructed or
Double,
draft?
Telengo. I believe it's constructed, but let's get a confirmation from our tournament organizer. We're in the chat. K1, can you confirm for us? The format tomorrow, K1, day 2. Are we running standard back? Are we playing draft?
We should have ran draft. I think it's
Day
standard.
2 is constructed. So yeah, we're doing standard again. Yeah.
And they have to use the
Alright.
same deck, or they're switching.
Same deck. Same deck, best of 5, single elimination. And it's a clear cut. It's a clear cut right now to all of the X1s or better. So I almost wonder if every single X1, if they all just draw, I think they all make it in, right? Because we have Boss, of course, and Daddy at the top. We have to assume that both Soulkeeper and Sumaya, I didn't see them play, but I think they drew. Or sorry, it was Soulkeeper and Be Expect Real. I think they drew. Then Telengo over Sumaya. So these 4 are in, you would think, right? And then it's Telengo, Double the B, Brodnik. Oh wait, sorry, yeah, Telengo. No, there's not a clear cut. No, because these 4 are also in. So yeah, there's 12 X1s or better. Yeah, so yeah, it's these 4 and then Telengo, Double, Brodnik, Oot, Rain, and Upai. So we'll see. So it's going to be so some number of X1s going into round 6 are not going to make it. And even Be Expect Real, who may have drawn with Soulkeeper in round 5, I'm not sure because I haven't seen this updated yet, but maybe they could just. Okay, round 6 is live. Let's take a look. Oh, this never got reported. Oh, it did get reported. Just they're saying 0-0 is a draw. Okay, I get it.
Boss
all right.
and
So
Soulkeeper,
before we.
Daddy and Double.
Yep. Yeah. So Soulkeeper did draw with Be Expect Real.
Rain
that's what
and
we
Be
saw
Expect
last.
Real have to play, right?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. As we mentioned, there are now there's almost a clear cut XM1 except Rain. So someone's playing for sure. Let's take a look at the pairings. Let's see, Rain is playing Be Expect Real. So Rain has to win. Of course, Be Expect Real has to win as well, but it's not even clear if Be Expect Real wins, if that's enough. I don't know. Let's take a look at so we know Boss and Soulkeeper, they're both undefeated. Daddy Louie, Double the B. They Daddy Louie, X1 with excellent tiebreakers, Double the B. So that would give that if he drew, that would put him here. Double seems to have decent tiebreakers. He's second out of the X1s. Yeah, really, the ones that are vying, the ones that have to play are like Rain, Upai, Brodnik. Let's try and jump in. We said we'd try and find Telengo's match. So let's see if Telengo's playing. I don't see Telengo up yet, so we'll try and pull up one of these matches. Let's look for a Brodnik or for a Rain. There's Daddy Louie, double the B, so we could jump into that if that one comes on live. He has not joined that yet, so maybe they're negotiating. Do they want to try and split? I mean, not split, but do they want to try to draw in? Sumaya Himuli, but I think they're not in the X ones. You see Mad Mardigan and Jet, but they're also, I think, X2 at this point. Okay, here we see Be Expect Real. This is and Rain. This is the one that we know we're gonna get at this match because neither is currently live for neither is top 8. Be Expect Real drew in round 5, but we saw that one of the players that drew in round 5 again in our first major, they actually ended up missing their tie. No, they missed. They drew out of top 8 in the final round in round 6. I think it was Silver Realm. We see that Be Expect Real again, rocking the beautiful sleeves, the elephant sleeves I love, and the gorgeous Shio-chan avatar. Shio-chan, if you're watching right now, give yourself a hug. Just go like this if you can, because you're wonderful. And we love you at Champions TCG. Thank you for everything you've done to promote our game in Japan. You're true bastion and steward of our game and of the community. So thank you so much. All right, we see the game action. Just Rain is on the bottom playing Satana. Shadriel the Twilight Storm gives +2 for Dark Champions against Light and Air against Water. So Dark against Light, Air against Water. There goes Bubby.
Yikes, this is a fast start for Be Expect
For
Real.
B?
Yeah, that's Cyclonius. And a Vilemon.
Yeah. And just Rain just packs it in. He
Yep.
says, okay, got game 1. And this is, of course, a best of 3. So Rain will have a chance to come back and try to go 2-0 with his back against the wall to keep his top 8 berth hopes alive. And let me see if we can look at any other game action that's going on right now. See AC versus Big C. But as much as... Okay, so here we see again, Double the B, Daddy Louie. They still haven't started, so they're still likely discussing what the likelihood is, what would an intentional draw look like for both of their chances. And what strategy to take in to the match. All right, let's jump back into Rain and B. B jumped ahead, has that Shio-chan BD energy. She also autographed that avatar, which is quite cool. For those not familiar with Shio-chan, she is a world-famous cosplay artist that out of the Akihabara district in Tokyo, Japan. It was cool going out there and meeting her and seeing her billboards on all of the buildings out in Akihabara. Flacurnus comes down with a combustion, then an attack from Vroom from Rain. Drops B to 54. This just looks like Skeletor, right? Every time I look up at B's hero, I just think like, Skeletor.
Yeah.
Booger with the Hex gets out, pulls out the Goldie Bank, so drops it into a 1-3. And then passes back. It was a good turn for B, but what we're seeing with Rain, just, we're seeing the swarm strategy, right? Just getting out, getting ahead. So I'm not sure, why is this Infernurus not buffing these fire champions? It is. You just can't see it. Got it. Okay, so when you see the otherworldly effects, they just play best in multiples. Now you're starting to crash in with them. This Faria is freaking 10-10. It's a 1-mana 10-10, bro. Like, this is straight up 32 damage on board, swinging. And you have multiple things you need to deal with. I mean, obviously you need to kill that Vroom, because it's just, 1 mana can kill it. But, even if you get rid of the Vroom, you still have a lot of other gas in the tank with Rain. And that's it. And just as fast as Rain tossed in the towel in game 1, that's as fast as B tosses in the towel in game 2. And now they are going to go to game 3. Let's see if we can see. All right, we are witnessing that Daddy and Double did get their game kicked off. So keep that one in mind. See if any other top 8 games are being played right now. Otherwise, we could jump into this Daddy Double match. Double at the top of the screen. He's kind of playing a good stuff deck. Has the Miri. It's the Blue Bebby, the Bofa. Down comes Fangs. Thalos Void Speaker.
Daddy made it, right? To top 8?
Not necessarily. Yeah, we're looking at this match which could potentially decide that. So Daddy was he's number 2 in but it looks like, because he's 4-1, or he's 4-0-1, but it looks like Double the B declined the intentional draw. If one was offered, maybe one was never offered, but
Wow.
Double the B deciding he wants to play and earn some seeding potentially. And so now Daddy, actually Daddy probably is live, sorry, because he is, even 4-1-1 would likely be in. So yeah, I'm sorry. Daddy is probably a lock.
Thalos, so we're gonna have a Thalos, couple Seraphs.
Yep. Yeah, seeing these Thaloses pop off when they really get going with those triple fangs, they are really powerful.
Yeah, the Fangs, otherworldly on them. I mean, Thalos is a decent champion, hero.
Yeah, he is. And I love the art on Thalos. So cool.
No clears though. This is the problem I would run into when I have Thalos. Like you get a wide board and there's nothing you can do.
Right. The only thing you can do is try to chip it away with a bunch of fangs, but if your opponent gets underneath your fangs,
Yeah.
you're just sort of stuck
Wait.
because there's no climbing back. Even if you could put 5 fangs out on the battlefield, you're
Yeah.
still not climbing out of this hole.
No.
You really need to manage the board very early in the game.
Yep. Yeah, just 3 mana for fangs is no good. Can't
Mhm.
climb out
Yeah,
summoning
that's
those.
over.
Yeah.
Yeah. Daddy had probably the most improbable run through our major number 1 just a few months ago. His he went all the way to the finals, and that was just unbelievable. So really interested to see once he gets into the top 8, because like we said, we think that he's locked. What is he going to pull out of his sleeve?
Yeah, dude. Daddy, just the
Here we see
back in the day, the Vile Moth and the Vile fucking or whatever Demothra just raised deads like crazy.
Yeah, what just is such a grinder. Daddy probably has the most games played in the universe. Easily like 30,000 games that he's grinded. And
Yeah.
those like corner case edge scenarios that we saw, like you were saying with the that decision that Oot made earlier in the tournament that
Yeah.
ended up keeping him alive at 1 life. Those are the types of things that Daddy seems to like have an innate knack for understanding, just because of how many times he's played those matchups.
Yep.
Right, we are going to jump back in, and also we see that that Brodnik Upaichego is in. It hasn't started, but they are playing. So we have an additional match with top 8 implications that we can take a look at. And again, this is round 6, the $2,500 season major number 2. And we are going to be bringing you Sunday top 8 action starting at 8 p.m. Eastern time. Best of 5 standard, same decks as day 1. We know that Daddy is going to be in. We think that Double the B will be in. He's a game up right now. If you want to join Champions TCG, just head to the Discord, discord.gg/Champions TCG. Get started. Let us know. Reach out to one of our organizers like K1, like Anymoon. They can get you started with some free starter packs as well. Coming soon to a local game store near you. We'll have some special packs as well. Double with that Seraph. See Woguze, and then just get hexed by the Blight Ooze. 2 mana, 3/4 Elemental Aegis. Again, Double the B rode that Elemental Aegis ability to a victory in our major number 1. I forget what the card was that he used to such great effect, but it was an Elemental Aegis card, very cheap, and it looks like he decided to run that back. with these Wogazes. Or maybe these Wogazes, they're probably coming in off of stealing them from Daddy's deck, right? That's most likely what they're doing.
Yeah.
What he's doing. We see the Vile Grub is up to an 8-6. We see the Blight Ooze is a big 8-9 now. This is the type of deck or the type of start that Daddy Lou is looking for.
Exactly. Yeah.
His opponent didn't get too wide before he was able to turn the corner on them. All right, there is a Deathak. That is the first evolution of the Deathak Gravak Gravestone cycle. And this is a crafted champion. It's one of the old school Gen 2 crafted champions, and it's Japanese, so even cooler. Love to see that. That's some flavor. That's some swag right there.
Yep. Yeah, just interesting how some of these cards, man, just like a year in, just like, you know, some swag. The Japanese Gen 2s, like, and like these elemental guards and elemental furies were like out of flavor for a while, and then implementing the heroes, and it's like bringing some of this back, and it's like, oh, the elemental guard, like Gen 2, like huge cards now, like the elemental guard like really popped off lately.
Yeah, and look at this, double the B down to 12.
Yeah, it's over.
It's basically over. Yeah, he's dropping a Pukey. I mean, that's like signaling the white flag. You have 12 cards in your hand. None of them get you out of this situation, right? None of them answer the onslaught, the dark onslaught. All right, let's see if we can jump in and check in with Brodnik here. We see that Double the B and Double the B and Daddy Louie just went to a game 3. I'll keep you updated to the best of my ability on what's going on with that match. Here we see Brodnik.
Yeah, let's take a
leaving
minute
up
to
battling Queen of the Waves.
shout out Brodnik too, man. Just like Oot, Brodnik's been there since Gen 1, like grinding the tournaments. Like he's another guy that's just, yeah, I mean, he's up there. A lot of tournament winnings over the year. He's been here, you know, every week, sticking around. Like Brodnik's an OG.
Absolutely, yeah. And one of the things about Brodnik too, he has probably the most swag of anyone in our tournament series. Like rocking the old school light avatar. You know, like all of his, you know, anytime Brodnik has a card in his deck, sometimes you think he builds his decks just to show off his sweet tournament editions and special full arts, and you know he has the coolest collection.
Yeah, remember those
He
Gen
takes a lot of
1
pride
days,
in it.
dude, with the monks and the Ugas and
Yeah.
the old days.
You know, back in the day, I used to be pretty good at tournament champions. You know, in Generation 1, I finished like 4th on the leaderboard. So you know, I got that going for me.
The
which is
Uga
nice.
Chief.
Yeah, man. Yeah, the Space Uga Chief.
Yeah.
Oh, geez. There's some sweet ones out there. There's some really sweet ones. It's often, it's really cool to see, especially as more and more sets come in. You know what's going on with Legacy. You know, like what are
Oh, I
people
know.
doing when it's like no holds barred. You know.
Yeah, I think Legacy will be nice next after the next set, because Gen
Right.
2's still alive right now, right? Or is
Right.
it?
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Gen 2, 3, 4,
Yeah.
5.
Gen 2's in standard.
Yeah, so like
Yeah, but
when Gen
with
2
the
goes out,
introduction.
yeah,
Yeah, when Gen 2 goes out, then you know the only way you're playing those business and those like good Gen 2 cards, those fangs,
yeah,
stuff like that, is with with Legacy.
yeah,
So
like
it's
Sandstalker.
I'm
Remember
excited to see it.
Sandstalker?
Oh yeah, and now they have the silver egg that can
Yeah.
hatch a Sandstalker. So, all right, Brodnik, this is a winning in. for both these players. Really serious high stakes on the line here. Stubby comes down. Double Stubby. Double Stubby and you don't kill anything. I mean, that just feels like so sad. Now Purple Lily, still don't kill anything. All right, there you go. Get some stuff off the board. But still, I mean, Satana, the Armored One is just, it's brutal. You're so used to having your way with your tsunamis and just wiping everything, and Satana is like that, Balrog, like you shall not pass.
Yeah. Yeah, even her summoning the steady. Nothing.
Yeah.
Except the main hit.
The steady is just, it's just okay. It's not, it's good. It's just not great. The best thing you can do, like you've been saying this whole time, is try to run the fire deck out of cards. And Brodnick's life total is at 52. So, it's looking more and more like that's a possibility. But there's the Quacka. That's going to be a big Hydroblast, but it misses. There's nothing to blast.
No.
But it still drops out of 5/6.
I hate that card, dude. That's the card. That elemental guard right there, that fire, that's what fucks me.
Yeah. Now if you're Upaichego, you got to really think about what's my path to victory, I have 4 cards in hand. My opponent's at basically almost the entire starting life total. And the opponent has the ability to play, at the very least, steady is like drawing a removal spell every turn, basically. So, I could see Brodnick not just getting into the top 8, but being a, sincere threat to do some damage tomorrow, because...
Yeah, it looks like a Madeline's going to be in there. Seraph. Who else? Madeline, Seraph. What's the other
Madeline,
one?
Seraph, Daddy Louie, which is which
Thalas.
is Thalas. Void. Yep.
Satana's probably going to be in there.
Yeah. So it's cool that we're seeing some diversity among the heroes, the champions, and the strategies. We'll see more than one Seraph likely, because we'll see boss and we'll see double. Assuming that we'll see double, it's actually, I think it's a win and in for double. See if anything got recorded as a result yet. We have the result. Rain advances over B. Expect real. Himuli advances over Sumaya, but I think there was not top 8 considerations there. Maybe there was. Himuli. Let's see what Himuli was at. Himuli was 12 in 12th place and advanced over Sumaya, so it was going to be 4 and 2. Looks like Himuli is the top of the X2 bracket. So Rain is likely in. Well, Rain is in at 5 and 1. This Upaichego Brodnick match. The loser will drop to X2 and likely if Double the B loses, Double the B could also be an X2, and that could allow an X2 to get in. But if that happened, it would likely be Double the B. So it's looking like Double the B might be locked. players that we know are locked are Boss, MTG, Daddy Louie, Soul Keeper. We think Talengo is locked.
Damn,
We
bro.
think Double the B is locked. We're waiting on Oot. I don't think we know what happened with Oot. What were you gonna say, Brodnik? What?
Nothing. Big turn. Evolve. Timber Fawn into Elk Antler. Mooned that. Nobbit.
Huge turn.
Yeah, is this game 1 or 2?
This is, I believe, 1 because they did take some time to getting it started. I think they were wondering whether to play. When will coverage of top 8 start tomorrow? That's going to be 8 p.m. Eastern time. For the chat, you can check us out. Are we streaming on X, by the way?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, if you are watching on X, you can also check us out at our Twitch channel, twitch.tv/championstcg. And likewise, if you're watching on Twitch, head over to our X page. It's at the bottom of the screen here. Follow us, follow our Instagram, join our Discord, do all the stuff. So Flockernus comes down, combusts, gets an attack for 5, and representing an attack for 11 now to drop Chago to 8. If Chago goes to 8, there's only an attack for 16 on the crackback, but also
The steady summon wins it though. Here, yeah.
Yeah. Steady. If you have some way, okay, there it is. It's another. Yep. So you're playing the long game here, and it seems like, yeah. And he just goes out. he combusts himself and high rolls at 8, dealing himself 16, and immediately going from 8 to -8. So Brodnik, 1 win away from securing his spot in the top 8 for our $2,500 major champions number 2. We will bring you the follow-up action from that round. It looks like maybe the double to be Daddy Louie match has wrapped because I didn't see it there, and they were going to game 3, so we should have a result for that very soon. Maybe they played for fun. Maybe they agreed to draw but just play for fun. Could be possible because I don't see a result yet. Talengo, Oot, I don't see a result. They might have drawn. We see that Brodnik and Rain. Rain obviously had to play to secure a berth. And if he gets in, he's going to be the 8th seed. And, like normally you fight to get the 1st seed so that you can play the bottom of the barrel, but it just turns out that the bottom of the barrel this time is none other than, the leader in tournament prize winnings, Rain. Someone who's like half man, half machine. Yeah, so it's not exactly the first place prize that you were expecting or anticipating, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Daddy Louie did win. All right, yeah. So Boss is confirming that Daddy Louie won. All right, so double the B then, like we said, is gonna maybe be the top of the X2 bracket, but maybe with the best breakers will be the 8th seed. So maybe then Rain will be the 7th. That's probably what would happen. So then first place actually does get a pass on facing Rain in round 1. And that honor and that privilege falls to the second place finisher. Still uphill climbing. And Double the B also no slouch. He took down our first major. So Brodnik jumping out to an early board advantage here. Getting some cracks in. Graphite the fire egg. Down to a 0-1. You have that Tidorus on the battlefield there. Combustion hitting that Tidorus, but
Yeah,
it's kind of a whiff there.
big problem.
You did get to draw a card with your evolution there. Down comes another Tidorus. Followed by a Nibbit. So cleaning the board here, doing some cleanup, and then passing the turn back. It looks like Brodnik's ahead, but... And maybe he is because of the, the less than ideal late game that the Satana decks tend to have, but if you find some way to deal with this board here...
Yeah, no real catch up. I don't think he has any Infernos in there. It's just like combustions, elemental guards.
Yeah.
Not built for
I'm just
this.
thinking that, yeah, there's like the Tidorus is a little bit, there's a little bit of susceptibility or vulnerability.
There's an Inferno.
Instead, he just plays a Flomy, yeah. So this deals, it's an Inferno for 3. I know he got the Tidorus off. The other Tidorus, though, gets a buff, swings in. Brodnik now 36 life points away from securing his top 8 berth. Firen comes down, has no choice but to try to stem the bleeding on that Rising Waters Walrus. Sending up the emote. Think there's a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek white flag. He's not expecting to win this game, is my expectation from what that emote is suggesting.
The Rising Waters Walrus.
Yeah. Down to 13. Looking like Brodnik going to, and it is a combustion, self-combustion. Brodnik, congratulations on advancing to day 2 of our Champions TCG $2,500 major event.
Yeah.
You played excellently all day long, and you earned that berth. Let's take a look at any other results that have come in. We know from Tom's report that Daddy Louie did beat Double the B. We see that has now been reported. Brodnik just took it down 2-0. Rain won. Telengo and Oot, we don't know. We don't have any info from. We didn't see Boss and Soulkeeper play, so they likely just drew. And
That's it.
from the best of our knowledge, Boss and Soulkeeper in, of course. Daddy Louie is likely going to be the top seed, probably because he won. So he will be 5-0-1, whereas Boss and Soulkeeper will both be 4-0-2.
Damn, did
So
Double
the top
the B
seed,
make it?
Daddy Louie. I believe so. But it's going to be first is Daddy, second Boss, third Soul Keeper. Oot and Tolengo, I think, were both X1. So they drew and they're XO and 2. And so let's go back. So we have Daddy as 1, Boss, Soul Keeper as 2 and 3, Tolengo, Oot as 4 and 5. Then we see Brodnik advanced. He is 6. Rain is number 7. And Double the B dropped in round 6. His second loss, but in the his tiebreakers, likely enough. Let's see. So he would be making that as an X2. The other person that could make it over him is potentially Himuli here, or potentially even Saro, depending on how the action plays out. But
Himuli's
let's just
going
take a
now.
peek at Himuli. Is what?
He's live right now.
Oh, he is? Oh, his match is still live?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's bring you that. Or I think he might be playing a he might be playing is he playing a tournament, or is he just playing like ranked or something?
No, him versus Silver Realm.
Silver Realm? Okay. But I don't think that was his opponent in this
It
in
might
this
just be
final
testing
round.
or something.
Yeah, so but you can see that he has an opponent match winning percentage of 64%. And let's check out Double the B's match win. And where's Saros? Saros is 55%. So Saros likely on the bubble but out. Double the B's match winning percentage is 52%. So actually, it looks like Saro. Now, of course, doubles is going to likely go up because he's losing to Daddy, who has an excellent match winning percentage, right? But we could see a sneaky, pass here, a pass on the outside,
Saro?
where Himuli ends up being the 8th slot as the top seeded X2. That's what it's looking like to me.
When will the results be in? Like now?
Yeah, we'll keep you up to date we'll keep you, brought up to speed on this. Let's just double check one more time. These are likely, these are confirmed results because the 0-0 is just considered the tie. So those are reported. Silver Realm, you said, is playing, right?
Yeah, but he was playing.
Jeremy?
He was playing
You said
Himuli. Oh yeah, they are. That's a
Himuli?
real match.
That's him? Okay, so this is Humiel, is that it? Or Himuli? Because those are different people. Let's go back. We'll go back to our lobby. Take a peek here.
It's Humiel. Is Humiel not Himuli?
No, it's not the same. Yeah, this is JHUMIE. Yeah, but we can bring you this action because this is one of the last games in the round, end of the day 1. Yeah, every other match has reported. So we are bringing you the final game from round 6, but we think that the top 8 will not include Double the B based on what we were just looking at from their opponent's match winning percentage. Or that's not true. I shouldn't say that. What I should say is that it's closer than it seems. Maybe even Double the B is the favorite because his opponent's match winning percentage will go up with his loss to, the number 1 seed, Daddy Louie. But, it's not. I think it's closer than Double the B was hoping. All right, bring you back into the game action here. We are watching Silver Realm on the bottom of the screen, 13 cards in hand. Top of the screen, we're watching Jumi, and this is 11 cards in hand. He has which avatar is this? Jumi's? Is that a custom? Like, that's not one of the ones that got signed, right?
No.
One of the anime actresses from Tokyo.
No.
Okay.
Silver
Well, we see it.
Realm's
It's a
in,
mirror.
right?
It's Venomicius. What's that?
Silver Realm's in, right?
Silver Realm is not live for top 8, I don't believe. But, they're just playing it out. There's, definitely some points on the line. You have that beautiful blue elephant sleeves at the top from Jumi. Really love those. Gets an attack in with his Splora for 4. Then drops a Fungorth and another Splora. Fungorth clears the board for 4 mana. Ship back to Jumi. While we're waiting on this last round, we're going to check in with the chat. 12 people were in top 8 contention, 6 matches, 2 matches drew, so 4 people. The other 4 matches played for 4 more people. Yeah, I think that's correct. The 5 1s are all ahead of the 4 0-2s. Yeah. I think we're wondering 4 1-1 will definitely make it in, pretty sure. Double the B's sweating. He's in the chat right now and he is sweating. Double the B, I think your match winning percentage is going to jump, but the question is just how much.
Because couldn't he have drawn? Would that have been better for him?
He could have drawn. Yeah, that would have been better for him. And it would have locked him, I think.
Because would
And he
Daddy
did.
Louie have drawn?
Daddy Louie, maybe. I'm not sure. Maybe a draw was offered and wasn't accepted. Or maybe no draw was offered. Or maybe, Double the B was fighting for seeding. That's what he did in our first major, and, he took that to a victory. I forget who he played to get his top 8. Oh, he played Cilium. He played Cilium, and he did not draw. He played against Cilium, and then he won in demonstrative fashion, and then he got paired against Cilium in round 1, and he sort of like, had already, got the psychological edge through the in the final round.
I can't believe no
day 1.
Shinkoku was played. Not one Shinkoku? Is he that bad?
Yeah.
Still a good ass ability. It's 5 mana for 5 mana. Must suck now. Somebody exposed it.
Yeah. Silver Realm. We see Jumi drop the Spora Frog at the end of that turn and pass the turn back. It starts off with a Sangur, then a Fungorth. Kind of saw that one coming from a mile away. Triggers that equality, which buoys Jumi. Oh, so Double the B offered the draw, or maybe not offered, but they discussed it at least, and Daddy Louie declined. That's what we just saw. Yeah. You would have gone through if you'd drawn double. I think that there's very likely that you could still go through. he'll go through. I think it's definitely between you and Hamili, but hey, I'm doing this all on the back of a napkin. We see Mune to flip-flop the Fungorth. Fungorth to crack down on that Moon. Both of these players really playing like mid-range control strategies. We get into these games sometimes where it feels like their life totals are perpetually between like 35 and 45. Like no one can get any advantage or get ahead on board. There's just a Splora, so maybe this is the turn where Jumi starts to push. Urgok takes care of that Spore Frog. Seemingly just so insignificant, but also those equalities are just so annoying because like they just perpetually keep your opponent's life total buoyed. And we see Tom the Boss Ross, made famous Astro, see the board, come down. That of course was used to great effect during the $10,000 Pro Invitational in Tom's deck. Now Charlene coming down, clears things up in a pass back, but again, seeing those buoyed life totals. Urgok sticks around though as an 8-1. Down comes Explorer with that ability to steal. We see Jumi of real importance here. Jumi has 3 cards in his deck. Now, it seems likely that he'll be able to turn the corner within those 3 turns. And even if he doesn't, he probably can within 5, which is most likely when it would start. You would start to care about your life loss. But it is something worth paying attention to, especially as, you know, these greed cards continue to come down. If you're Silver Realm, you don't necessarily have to kill Jumi, you just have to survive for 6 turns, or look like that at least, or 7 turns maybe. So it starts off with a Gloom Toad, that's great. Then plays a Splora, steals another card from his opponent's deck. So, you know, now you're talking about it's not just 7 turns, it's maybe 5 turns. But now that you flip the board, it's maybe 4 turns or even 3. And you're at a healthy life of 20. Your opponent has their entire deck in their hand right now, but it hasn't helped them this far. So what's to say, why would you think that it would help them? And now you see a double T-Rock turn. That shows you that your opponent is out of gas. That they really have nothing. They really don't have a way to deal with this. And even if they do deal with it, you know, they have to not only deal with it, they have to present a clock as well. And that clock doesn't seem like it's coming based on that double T-Rock turn. Unless it's a double T-Rock to put them into a Fungorth or a Fungal Spores range, then that makes a little more sense. Because now you get the Charlene with a Fungal Spores here. He's taking his time to think this turn through. It's a very important turn, especially with only 1 card in the deck. There it is. That's the Fungal Spores. And it was a pretty good one because it leaves around a decent threat as a 7-8. You know, if you want to fade a Moon or something like this, obviously. Pukey comes down. Doesn't change the math because Silver Realm was way out ahead in terms of the cards. There's the Moon, but you can't do anything. Your opponent just has them sometimes. And equality.
Yeah, that's good.
Interesting. Yeah, the equality is quite interesting because you might be able to, you know, use that to your own advantage.
It's gonna win him the game.
Yeah. Or I'm thinking also of a way that Jumi could try to, sandbag something and then trigger the Fungu. Like for example, if I know he doesn't probably have this, but some sort of combustion or something where you can, you know,
Yeah.
get some reach, and then now suddenly that quality is almost like a reliability more than it is like a benefit. It's possible. Instead, it's just a kamikaze moon into that gloom toad to drop it down into the range for a thomp and a Tyrek, but it doesn't take that gloom toad out. Now he does steal a card, so now Silver Realm down to 2 cards in his deck. Compared to Jumi, which has 0 at this point. Raknada, Denovan Emotius. Followed by a Twiga. Summons a Lily. I wonder what that Lily was. Okay, it was a purple Lily. There could be some interesting lilies that could have changed some of the math too. Like a Life Bloom Lily or something. Jumi down to 18. And the turn has been shipped back. So of course Jumi takes 5 for drawing from an empty deck, and now he has to look at the 9 cards in hand and come up with a plan for how to win from here. So it starts with the fungal spores, it looks like. That's at least what is being telegraphed here. Really, you want to play Explora. You want to just get your opponent to 0 as quick as possible, and obviously put a new card in your hand. That's always good. Double equality. Wow.
Damn.
Big turn, but I think you needed to activate Explore there, but maybe it's okay because you can do it on your next turn, unless your opponent has some way to draw their last card, like with their own greed or something. So if you do create Explora and your opponent has 0 cards, you can't steal something if there's nothing there, right? So you get no card,
Yeah.
right? Taking his time to think this turn through. This is a very important turn, of course. That double equality turn, I don't think it's gonna change the math unless there's any more equality. Okay, so there is more equality, but again, this equality, it's very double-edged, right? Like, when you play an equality, it's just as likely to kind of go, blow up in your face, I feel like, because this is really a very delicate race. And if your opponent can steal that equality somehow, that's like the one way that you could theoretically lose, I feel like. Okay, so he does steal the last card from Silver Realm's deck, and hopefully it was a good one. It's kind of like the fun part of playing these builds. It's like you don't know what you'll be top decking off your opponent's library, but hopefully it gets you out of this situation, or hopefully it's like another equality card or something. But you just
That's what
you want. Like if you could attack yourself right now, like maybe you would do that because like you just want to get to a lower life total so that the equalities are a liability. You can't give your opponent the turn to attack, and he does steal the Fungu, so that was what we talked about. It's like the one liability but still, it might not. 12 might not be enough because he had such an advantage on Silver Realm will be drawing his first and taking 5 next turn. Oh no, never mind. Maybe he is drawing his second. So he does take 10. So he goes down to 12. And you can attack in for 9. But I think if he took 10 last turn, then he's dead on his next turn. So he has to kill Jumi this turn. If he could steal the Fungu back, you know what I mean? This is like where you like,
No,
like
he
hide
just has
the
to
tip.
kill the
you know?
Fungu, right? He just kills the Fungu.
Oh, right. He has to kill the Fungu. Yeah, duh.
Ooh,
Yeah, you don't
Zara.
need it. You don't need to control it to trigger equality. It just triggers. It just triggers. Okay, so he's gonna
That's
take
huge.
9 and die. He's
No.
dead. He's dead, right? He just attacked for 9. Oh, because
Zara Al-Kharid, dude. Sandstorm.
they can't attack. You're right. Yeah. Wow. Huge top deck. Oh my god. This was a really fun game. It was a game of hide the tip, Who's got the last Fungu?
Yeah.
Equality, But
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
there's a
it.
chance. I'm not counting Jumi out. There is always a chance, but it's looking really Sandstorm. Zara Al-Kirad,
Yeah.
the desert goddess, and it's a full art, so there's some swag. We give Jumi or Silver Realm some swag points there.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Oh, shit.
Charlene, but it just the only thing.
Oh, yeah. Pass
You
back
could-
and it's you just pass
you
back.
just pass back and
Yeah.
it's over. Yeah. So good game, really good game. I'm so surprised that why did he attack with Fungu? He should have just triggered the equality, right? Because wasn't his life total lower prior to the attack? Maybe I'm wrong. But either way, it was a very good game. It was a great tournament.
All right. Let's see if the results update.
Yeah. Should we take a brief break maybe
Sure.
while they're doing the calculating?
All right.
All right, guys, we'll be right back in just a minute or two. The results will be, stay tuned, really quick one. Thank you.
Live.
All right, everyone.
You got to put your screen up.
Yep. All right. All right, guys, we are back. And we'll bring the screen up here in just 1 second. Just give me one moment here. But we are ready to bring you the conclusion of day 1
Wait, what?
for our $2,500.
Broadnick
What's up?
made it up the second?
No, but this is just, this is a community doesn't have a way to,
Okay. Break it down.
yeah, to show that it's a 2-day event. But yeah, here we have the,
Daddy Louie is in first seed, is our first seed. Brodnik is our second seed, followed by Rain, number 3. Boss MTG took the 4th seed, followed by Soul Keeper at number 5. Tolengo is our 6th seed. Oot made it in at the 7th, and finally Himuli. That's what we were wondering about, is was Himuli going to be able to pass Double the B in the final lap, and he does. Let's take a look at how this broke down, and let's take a look at the match winning percentages that made all of this go through. Okay, so we begin with just Daddy Louie. He's undefeated, 5 wins, no losses, 1 draw. Brodnik is the 2 seed because he and Rain were the other 2 players with 5 wins. And yeah, this is what Tom was talking about. For some reason, I wasn't putting that together in my mental picture of the bracket. But yeah, they do get the 2nd and 3rd seed because they both reached 5 wins. Then we follow that up with the 2 draw, still undefeated, but 2 draw players. That's Tom the Boss Ross and Soul Keeper, who take our 4th and 5th slots. And then we had 2 final players that were X1 and 1. Those are Tolengo and Oot, and they did draw with each other in the final round. So it was a smart decision for them to do so because their spots were always guaranteed, assuming that these other players ended up playing, but it was always obvious that Rain would end up playing because he was not in the top 8 to begin with. And finally, we see Himuli, Camillari, Upai Chego, who just lost. We watched that in the last round. I think he lost to Brodnik. Very excellent match that we saw Brodnik and Upai Chego there. And then finally, all the way down in 11th place, we see Double the B. So that playing in that final round really was a win and in for him. And unfortunately, the cards did not fall his way. His opponent's match winning percentage was down under 53%. So the player that did make it, and actually, so 11th, we say that Double was 11th, but actually he was tied. You can see that all of them had a 52.78 match winning percentage, and really you go to the 3rd tiebreakers there, which is the opponents of the opponents match winning percentages, and in that case, this would still put Double at 9th. So I don't know why it's showing Double as 11th, but yeah, he should be in 9th place. But either way, we see that Himuli with a clear advantage here among the opponents that he played in terms of their matches won. So that is why he earns our 8th slot. And yeah, what were your thoughts on the day, Lord?
Good, dude. Yeah, I mean, I think we got a good day too tomorrow. We'll, yeah, I don't know. We've got a Thalas. What's Brodnik running?
Yeah. Brodnik is running Madeline. Yeah, maybe we could go live a little bit early. So we're planning on the tournament starting around 8 p.m. Eastern time, but I would love to go live a little early. Maybe do some deck overviews, we'll submit our decks to all players so they can see the list that every other player in the top 8 is playing. And then maybe tomorrow, a little bit before the start of our tournament, we'll go live and we'll try and cover, the different strategies, the different builds, and what are the spicy one-ofs,
Yeah. Yeah, Thalas, Madeline, Seraph, Satana in there for sure.
Yep, Rain's got Satana.
Venomicious.
Madeline's from Brodnik. Daddy Louie's playing Thalas.
Yeah.
Yeah, Venomicious, yeah. Who's playing Venomicious?
Nah,
Is it
I don't know if it
Soul
made it.
Keeper?
Maybe.
No? Okay.
Yeah, we'll check it out tomorrow.
We didn't end up getting a chance to see Tolengo. So, yeah, I wanted to see that deck. And both the games that we were planning on featuring Tolengo drew, so we didn't get a chance to see that build. But Oot, what was Oot playing? Oot was playing Madeline as well.
Yeah.
I believe. and Himuli. Did we watch any of Himuli's matches? No. So yeah. So still wild card there for Talengo for Himuli. But yeah, we'll tune in a little bit early. So check back in around 7:45 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. We'll bring you day 2 tournament action, $2,500 Champions TCG, best of 5 single elimination, top 8 coverage. I am your host, Manifestible, joined as always with Lord himself. Thank you for being with us for our major number 2, and we will see you all tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.